Chapter 92. Barbara was a little annoyed by her act of thinking of retreating before the battle even started, but for various reasons, she forced herself to hold it in. Gordon and Lara, who came from the military, did not think that there was anything wrong with it, so they quickly went to arrange the mission. Perhaps it was because Arkham was preparing for a civil war, their convoy was not attacked. This meant that Thea's plan to use the military helicopters to kill a wave of enemies was dashed. When they reached the door, Lara was about to order the helicopters to return, but Thea thought it would be a waste to send the heavy firepower back just like that. "Why don't we give that door a shot?" Thea pointed at the rusted door. If it was not for the timing, she would have gone up to take a picture. This place was too famous, it would be a waste not to do something. Lara thought that she was being childish, different from her usual calm self. However, after thinking about it, blowing up the door would make it easier for them to retreat. She picked up the pager to contact the operator on the helicopter. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 anti-tank missiles accurately exploded on the iron gate. The iron door was already rusted beyond recognition. Even an adult would be able to break it with an axe, much less such a powerful missile. After a loud crash, the group waited for the smoke to disperse. They did not get out of their vehicles and drove straight into the famous Gotham. "Go, go, go!" The officers jumped out of their vehicles and entered Arkham in a line. The formation was split into 3 parts. Leading the way was Gordon and the 200 officers. Barbara and Robin volunteered to protect the old director. The middle part was Lara and Catwoman, leading the agents and more than 100 hot-blooded veterans. Initially, Firefly wanted to follow Catwoman, but Thea was worried about her. What if she was a spy sent by the enemy? Furthermore, she was carrying such a large canister, she should have hidden it. If Thea was the enemy, she could have fired an arrow at the canister from afar. Half of the 500 people would be wiped out. Thea used the excuse that she was a ranged attacker to protect the escape route and dragged Firefly and the rest of the officers to the back. She felt that it was very likely that the enemy would throw a boulder or something to cut off the team when they were halfway through and then destroy them separately. Therefore, she walked very carefully. From time to time, she would pay attention to the top of everyone's heads. She was afraid that if she heard a whistle, arrows would rain down on everyone on this path. However, even after everyone had entered the mental hospital, this scene did not happen. This made her feel a little uncomfortable. Was she too sinister, or was the enemy too stupid? These people probably didn't intend to ambush him at all, right? Indeed, Arkham had no intention of ambushing them. Not long after, Thea noticed that the troops in front had stopped moving. She leaped onto a nearby table and looked into the distance. Both parties were now in an indoor gym. It was said that it was built with funds from the mental hospital's health committee. The venue was very large, but there were not many facilities around it. The seats on the stands on all sides were also seriously damaged. Thea pushed through the crowd and walked to the front of the team. The enemies in front of her were divided into 2 groups. On the left was the old acquaintance, Scarecrow's elite team. They were still wearing their old American military uniforms and were extremely well equipped. However, there were not many of them, only less than 30 people. Behind this group of people stood armed gangsters in all kinds of clothes and equipment. On the right was a short and fat man in a suit with an umbrella. Thea recognized such a unique guy. This must be Penguin. She heard that he had many lethal weapons hidden in his umbrella. Thea was a little dismissive. Seeing that he was lame, there was a limit to how strong he could be in an open battle like this. Penguin was followed by a large group of gangsters in black suits. There were at least 200 of them. All of them were armed with pistols, and a few of them were even armed with automatic weapons. Next, they entered the stage where they were called teachers in ancient times and mathematics in modern times. The righteous side was definitely the veteran Gordon. Thea did not want to be in the limelight, but in reality, she was a target. She still cherished her life. The villain was Penguin. Perhaps because Scarecrow's underlings had been killed by Thea, he did not have the right to speak. Even though his expression was still a little gloomy, the former Gotham professor and now Scarecrow had tacitly accepted the fact that they were led by Penguin. "Hey Jim, old friend." Penguin greeted with a fake smile. "Oswald, long time no see." Gordon replied solemnly. After the two greeted each other, they entered the stage where they were defending themselves. They both treated themselves as the victims. One side said, "You must release all the captives, put down your weapons and surrender immediately." The other side said, "Arkham has been the territory of the Gotham gang since ancient times. You have no right to interfere with what we do." They both knew that the other side would not admit defeat so easily, but the two had no choice but to finish the process. Thea was too lazy to listen to their nonsense. She whispered into their earphones, "Be careful. The enemy's elites have not appeared yet. Be careful in case they launch a sneak attack." The few of them understood this. Scarecrow studied for his master's and doctorate at Gotham University. After that, he stayed in the university to teach and was promoted to a professor. This guy probably did not even know where to go after leaving Gotham. He was as thin as a twig, and without his poisonous gas, his combat ability was not even 5. Everyone said that Penguin was good at fighting, but Thea looked at his small body and lame leg. She really did not think that he was that good. The enemy's capable fighters were obviously hiding. If they were not planning a sneak attack, what else could they be doing? Especially when there was an unscientific guy like Mr. Freeze hiding. Even Thea felt that it was a little troublesome. She kept looking around. Soon, the leaders of both sides finished their briefing and returned to their respective camps. Almost at the same time, they shouted, "Fire!" Bang! Bang! Gunshots fell on the heads of both sides like continuous raindrops. Thea had already found cover. She hid in a corner and observed the situation. She fired a few shots from time to time. Yes, her marksmanship was not bad. After practicing archery for so long, her long-range specialization was very high. Although she could not say that she could fire 100 shots, she was at the level of an elite. She turned around and was about to call her teammates, but what she saw almost made her nose crooked. She saw Catwoman and Robin at the side. The two of them were looking around with sticks in their hands. This group of people was too inexperienced in group battles. At the very least, they should be armed with a gun to boost their morale. Barbara was very good at this. She knew that she had to bring a gun when she came out to kill and set fire. Even though she didn't hit many enemies, she didn't stop firing. "Thea, should we use magnetic arrows?" Felicity, who was hiding in the camp, looked at the live broadcast and suggested. Thea observed the situation and shook her head. "No need for now. We have the advantage. The veterans are very strong. Those gang members are no match for them." Just when she thought that her side had the upper hand and was about to call a few of her friends to join the battle to increase the victory. "I am Azrael, the Angel of Death." A tall and thin man wearing a red and black leather jacket and a hood with a long sword in his hand rushed into the line of police officers like a whirlwind. He slashed horizontally and vertically, and with a raise of his hand, he killed 3 police officers. Chapter 93. The tall and skinny man was surrounded by enemies alone, but he was not afraid at all. He slashed left and right with his sword, instantly killing 2 police officers and cutting off the wrist of a veteran. Thea saw that the few of them did not react, and she was a little far away, so she could only aim at the fierce man with her bow. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows were aimed at the man's face and shoulder. The guy who called himself the Angel of Death was really good. He kicked the police officer beside him and used the reaction force to dodge Thea's 2 arrows. This was the first time in Thea's career that an official enemy could dodge her arrows. Although her archery skills were only SOSO, this person's reaction speed was much faster than an ordinary elite. "Who is this person?" Thea quickly asked her companions, implying that if they had a strategy, they should quickly read it out. "He is the former mayor of Gotham, Theo Galvin. However, this person should have died many years ago. If I'm not mistaken, he is a clone left behind." Gordon, who was holding a pistol at the back, knew that the young people did not know who he was, so he quickly introduced him. "Oh," Thea let out a long "oh." When she first heard that he was the mayor, she was shocked. Were all mayors so fierce? Did they mean that it was impossible to survive without a similar level of martial arts? In just a short while, this person's clothes were red from killing. From the side of his hood, she could see that he had an old face and a short, needle-like beard. Every time he killed an enemy, he would roar. The surrounding police officers were shocked by his bravery and unconsciously opened up an empty space for him. However, he did not let them go. His footsteps constantly moved, chasing after the slowest people and slashing at them. Thea carefully observed him. This person's martial arts were very high, especially his fearless aura. The clothes on his body should have a certain degree of bulletproof effect. The police officers and veterans constantly fired at him, but he only dodged the fatal parts. When the other bullets hit him, it was as if he had no reaction. Sigh, it seemed that she could only save the situation. Robin and the others had already found their own opponents, and they might not be able to beat this guy. She sighed. She knew that once she revealed her skills, her happy days as a bystander would be over. Get out of the way! Thea yelled at the crowd. Since it was a clone, it should be fine to kill it, right? Of course, she wouldn't rush forward in a hurry. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still some distance between them, she used her rapid-fire technique. She pulled out 3 arrows at a time and changed her angle of attack from time to time. At the same time, she moved quickly towards the Angel of Death. Put. This clone of the former mayor had an unusually sharp intuition for danger. Even though Thea was constantly changing her position, he could still react and either slash with his sword or dodge to the side, causing Thea's first 6 arrows to miss. Seeing his stance, Thea knew that she would not be able to take him down using normal means. She took out the bat darts that she had taken from Barbara. Many members of the bat family had used these darts before. However, the weight of each dart was different depending on the strength of the individual. Thea was now using Barbara's bat darts. The size and weight were quite suitable. She first threw out a dart, then flew up and shot another arrow at the back of the Angel of Death's head. The darts were light, and Thea had little strength. Although she shot first, due to the acceleration of the bowstring, the 2 darts almost arrived in front of the enemy at the same time. The Angel of Death knew that he had no time to dodge. He could only choose the lesser of 2 evils. If the arrow hit the back of his head, he would not be able to survive. He swung his sword to break the arrow and at the same time, tried to dodge the dart. However, Thea had calculated the angle, so how could he dodge it so easily? The sharp bat dart pierced his left arm, and the leather clothes on his body did not help at all. Clang! He pulled out the dart and glared at Thea fiercely. You are guilty! Thea almost laughed. Do you think you are acting in a hot-blooded anime? You are really into the role. At this time, the distance between the two was only 5 meters. She put away the bow and arrow, pulled out the katana and dagger that she had not used for a long time, and attacked quickly. She had seen this guy's swordsmanship before. It had some shadow of the European palace swordsmanship, mixed with many modern fencing techniques. The long sword in his hand was not a 2-handed sword commonly used on the battlefield. Instead, it was more like a combination of a Swiss longsword and an Italian longsword. The blade was less than 1 meter long, and the handle was inlaid with many gorgeous patterns. The scabbard that hung diagonally was also decorated with shiny jewelry. If this guy was not showing off, it meant that this was a famous sword. Whether it was a famous sword or not, she would know after trying it out. Many famous swords were not as sharp as weapons made of modern alloy steel. The katana and dagger in Thea's hand were made of special steel. In order to make these 2 weapons, they were approved by Moira and used rare metals. Sia took advantage of his injured left arm and hurriedly attacked. The dagger in her left hand slashed his cheek from bottom to top. When he retreated to dodge, the katana in her right hand slashed straight at his abdomen with an Iaido slash. The Angel of Death held the sword with both hands and stabbed it straight into the ground. On one hand he blocked Thea's horizontal cut, and on the other hand he stopped his rapid retreat. Thea really did not expect this strange move. When the 2 swords collided, she only felt the katana in her hand inexplicably stagnate. Thea knew that she was in trouble. The opponent was indeed holding a sword, but in such a passive way, the katana in her hand had already become chipped. Although the situation was a little unfavorable, Thea felt more and more that her fighting spirit was high, and the blood in her body was boiling unconsciously. She held the dagger in her hand and put the main direction of attack on the katana in her right hand. She was weak, and the Japanese style of swordsmanship was not suitable for her, so she changed to Wing Chun 8 chops. Hachi 8 chops should be suitable for short swords, but now there was no condition. Thea could also barely use the katana. Hachi 8 chops was completely opposite to Wing Chun 4 chops. Boxing pursued to hit the enemy, and the target was the person. Hachi 8 chops was another way. Its target was the opponent's weapon, which was very suitable for this situation. Thea then used the advantage of her slightly longer weapon to attack the opponent's wrist and fingers. Picking, stabbing, cutting, and chopping, the essence of Hachi 8 chops was vividly displayed. The Angel of Death had really never seen this kind of move. He was very aggrieved and anxious. The unfavorable situation made his mind begin to become anxious, and he kept shouting, "Sinner! You will be purified by the fire of heaven. Watch my judgment. Crusader strike." As the Angel of Death kept shouting, Thea was a little confused. What was the meaning of this guy? Why was he shouting the name of the move while fighting? He had taken off his hood, and his hair was disheveled, and he was spitting at her like a madman. This idiot really had the characteristics of Gotham. Chapter 94. Even though the Angel of Death's roar was deafening, judgment was just a vertical slash from head to toe, and cross-army strike was just a horizontal slash with a diagonal slash. There were no exaggerated scenes like the Angel of Death's golden aura. Thea could only make a stupid judgment about his bad habits. Is this the side effect of cloning, or is this guy really that Chunibyu? Thea did not have the time now, otherwise, she would definitely ask him about it. But regardless of whether this person was mentally ill or not, his attack power was undeniable. He didn't have any golden sparkle, but his long sword was constantly slashing left and right, which made Sia, who was exhausted from dealing with him, very vexed. Because he did not defend himself at all, the two fought for 3 minutes and Thea had already slashed him twice with the long sword in her hand. In addition to the dart that hit him previously, blood was gushing out of his body. However, he did not seem to feel it as he continued to attack tirelessly. King Hell. Thea, who thought of herself as an honest little beauty, was so anxious that she wanted to curse. If this guy was a normal person, she would have taken him down long ago. His brain was not working well, and he would be distracted intermittently, which led to a lot of flaws in his moves. However, because he was not afraid of death, he was able to equalize the situation. The person behind the cloning of the Angel of Death must have noticed that there was something wrong with his brain, so he artificially lowered his neurologic transmission and compensated for his insanity with madness. How amazing! If Thea did not care about her own injuries, she could have taken him down. However, she would have to be stupid to trade injuries with the clone. It was not worth it. After Thea slashed him from the side again, the Angel of Death who had lost too much blood was in a daze. His attacks weakened a little, and the volume of his shouts was also much lower. Thank goodness, you're finally not shouting so loudly. You've made Sia so annoyed that I feel like I'm bullying a handicapped person. It was a mistake for me to get excited when I saw him. Next time, I'll just leave this job to Robin and the others. I won't fight him even if I'm beaten to death. It's too annoying. Thinking of Robin, Thea wondered how the fight was going. She forced the Angel of Death back with 2 moves and looked at the situation. Under the circumstances, both sides still had the advantage of having 6 on their side and 4 on the other side. The gangsters were being beaten back by the joint forces of the police officers and veterans. It was only a matter of time before they won. However, the fight between the heroes and the villains wasn't so beautiful. Without Batman, his team's combat power was subconsciously weakened. Furthermore, Thea was entangled with this lunatic. The situation wasn't as expected. Catwoman was dealing with the Penguin Man and a burly man wearing a pig mask. It could only be said that it was a draw. On the other side, Barbara was surrounded by 6 to 7 elite scarecrows. The few of them were in full swing, and Barbara was using all her firepower. Her whip danced wildly, and darts flew everywhere, accompanied by her pistol firing from time to time. Although she had the advantage, her stamina was greatly depleted. The duel between Firefly and Mr. Freeze that he had imagined did not happen. That was good news. These 2 guys were too powerful for normal people. Where's Robin? Thea looked around the arena. Not there? She didn't believe it and looked around again. Finally, she found Robin in the stands far away from her, surrounded by two people. Both of them were wearing black suits and owl masks. One of them was holding a pair of rods, and the other was holding a long sword. The two of them were very skilled and coordinated very well. They were probably not weaker than Robin in a one-on-one. Now, the two of them were working together to beat Robin to the point that he could only parry and not fight back. What was this? The claws of the Court of Owls. Thea was a little shocked this time. This was Gotham's hidden boss. It wasn't just one or two people. This group of people was the union of the oldest families in Gotham. They had been silently watching this city for 200 years. How did they provoke this group of people? He and the others still didn't have enough information. If it was the Owl Court that was going against them, everything would make sense. They had broken into the camp without anyone noticing, conducted human experiments, and made clones. They had enough influence to recruit these unruly villains. Thea had a bad feeling in her heart. This operation was most likely going to fail. The enemy definitely didn't gather so many villains for her to kill them all at once. They must be hiding something. She silently thought about what the enemy was going to do to break out of this situation. No matter what, she and the others had the advantage. Even if the heroes were no match for them, as long as they could hold back a few of the enemies who could fight, the villains could only wait for death when the main force finished the battle. It was useless against hundreds of guns. Just as she was thinking hard, her hand movements naturally decreased a little. The crazy angel of death charged forward again with a mouth full of nonsense. Thea was really sick of this dogskin plaster, but she couldn't not fight. She could only stop thinking and continue to play the game of dodging 10 slashes. When Thea blocked another slash from the angel of death, she felt that the katana in her hand couldn't take the burden anymore. It was seriously damaged from multiple slashes and was about to break. Optimistically, she estimated that she could only slash twice more. This special alloy weapon that had accompanied her for more than a year would have to say goodbye to it. F***CK, I've been helping to fight the monster and my equipment is about to break. Can Gotham compensate me? Is it too late for me to buy insurance now? While she was pondering whether she should grab a baton from the officer next to her and use it to deal with the situation, a gangster with a common face under the Penguin Gang saw Sia constantly retreating into the crowd. He thought that she was exhausted and was about to lose, so he hurriedly rushed up with a dagger in his hand, ready to assist her. Thea was stunned by the sudden appearance of this guy. She wanted to say that this was against the rules of the underworld, but when she saw his expression as if he was bullying a pushover, she thought, "Are you sure you want me? Do you think I'm Garfield if the tiger doesn't roar? Besides, what kind of eyes do you have? Do you think that the blood on that lunatic is all mine?" Actually, she had wrongly accused him. He was a core member of the underworld and wasn't blind. The main thing was that Thea was wearing a red dress and couldn't tell if she was bleeding or not. Seeing the ferocious attacks of the Angel of Death, he would naturally think that she was at a disadvantage. She tilted her body slightly and dodged the dagger. It would be a waste not to use such a good helper. Thea grabbed his wrist and pulled him towards her. At the same time, she tripped him lightly. In a normal fight, one should let go and let the opponent touch the ground intimately, but Thea didn't do that. She grabbed the opponent's arm and spun quickly, using the strong inertia to throw the person towards the Angel of Death. Everyone should stay away from lunatics. The Angel of Death saw a figure running towards him. Without thinking, he stabbed the person's chest. Chapter 95. Thea had noticed this problem before. Why did this idiot called Death Angel jump into the crowd without saying a word? A more scientific explanation was that this guy had behavioral and cognitive impairments, or simply put, this guy did not recognize people. Many huskies that were raised for a short period of time also had this problem. They would run away in the blink of an eye after letting go of the leash. In the eyes of huskies, everyone looked the same. This was the problem with this guy who had been fighting with Sia for a long time. The breeder, no, the mastermind behind this was most likely also cloned to save time. He only copied the brain's memory and did not imbue it with much logical analysis ability. He looked fierce from afar, but he could not do anything. As a bodyguard, he might go berserk and hack his employer to death after 5 minutes. If he chased after the target for half an hour, he might lose contact because he could not find the way. The mastermind must have tried a lot of methods before finally using this guy as a disposable item. If he was still in the enemy's crowd, he could kill as much as he wanted. If he could survive, he would be lucky. If he died, it would not be a pity. This was the problem now. Under the huge inertia, the gangster could not stop at all. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws and rushed towards Death Angel. Puff! Death Angel, who only had instincts in his mind, did not realize that the guy who rushed over was one of his own. Perhaps he did not even have the concept of allies. He neatly stabbed his sword into the guy's chest. Just as he was about to pull out the sword, Thea had already circled around to the side. This opportunity was simply a godsend. This guy's sword was so sharp that he could not let him hold it anymore. Thea withdrew her dagger and held it with both hands. She used the Iato slash and slashed his forearm from top to bottom. Although Death Angel's brain was not very good and lacked many applications, he still had basic combat awareness. In the face of such a fierce attack, if he continued to insist on pulling out his sword, his arm would be cut off directly. Even if he pulled out his sword quickly, it would be too late. The human body was not a piece of paper. There was a certain amount of resistance. Although his sword could cut through iron like it was mud, there was still resistance. In addition, when a person was injured, it would automatically close the wound. The Angel of Death exerted a little force, but he knew that he could not pull out his sword in such a short time. He could only quickly let go of his sword and retreat, avoiding Thea's powerful strike. This guy is finally empty-handed. Thea didn't have the spirit of a fair duel. She didn't have the brainless idea of, if you don't have your weapon, I'll throw my weapon away and we'll continue training together. She was only thinking about how to kill this guy quickly and safely. Without his sword, the Angel of Death was no different from a toothless tiger. Thea no longer had any scruples. Although his martial arts were not bad, it depended on who he was compared to. Compared to Chief Gordon, he was pretty good, but in the eyes of Thea, he was really weak. The two of them fought with speed and quickly exchanged 7 or 8 moves. Thea used her superb fighting experience and quickly found 3 flaws in his movements. She successfully made 2 cuts on his body. As blood continued to flow out, his speed slowed down visibly. His chattering mouth also became gasping for breath. After all, he was a clone, not a robot. He had flesh and blood. In just a few minutes, he was slashed by Thea into a bloody gourd. He didn't faint after losing so much blood. This cloning technology was quite impressive. Thea knew that the opportunity to win was right in front of her. She faked a move with the dagger in her left hand. When the Angel of Death raised his arm to parry, her right hand pierced the Angel of Death's chest. The violent outflow of blood accelerated his physical exhaustion. At this time, his reaction speed was much slower than before. He vaguely saw Thea's stab and tried his best to move his body to the side, trying to avoid this fatal strike. Poof! The dagger fiercely pierced his right rib. His brain wasn't clear. He only knew that he couldn't let the enemy continue to attack. Before she could pull out her dagger, a hand grabbed her dagger and looked at Thea fiercely. Yo, are you pretending to be a hero? Usually, grabbing the enemy's weapon and then killing them is something that the protagonists do. The person who cloned you was afraid that you had nothing to do every day, so he showed you cartoons to watch, right? I really have to hand it to you. After fighting for so long, you don't even know how many weapons I have? Thea ignored his wide-open eyes. Under his surprised gaze, her left hand dexterously slashed the dagger across his throat. The ferocious look in her eyes was gradually replaced by confusion. She covered her throat with her hands, and dark red blood kept spurting out. She made some incomprehensible sounds, and the tall figure of the Angel of Death slowly fell to the ground. Sigh, I don't know if this person will give me an honorable kill. Is a clone considered a person? Did I violate the principle of not killing? If I meet Superman later, I have to discuss with him. Thea threw away half of the katana that had accompanied her for more than a year. The other half of the katana was left on the Angel of Death. This katana was unexpectedly broken in the final struggle. Although her left hand and right hand moved in slow motion and then replayed in slow motion to kill the enemy, she was actually also a victim. Lowering her head to pick up the sword, Xia swore to God that she was absolutely not greedy for this sharp weapon. She just wanted to go back and analyze the composition of this sword for scientific research. That's all. She then looked at the scabbard at the waist of the corpse. This scabbard also had a lot of historical value. It seemed to be very gorgeous. There were so many Yakuza members here. They definitely didn't know how to protect cultural relics and daily care. It seemed that this mission was also hers. She reluctantly took it back for research. After cutting off the rope around the corpse's waist, Thea took the scabbard in her hand. Looking at the color, it matched her crimson battle suit. It was not suitable to give it to anyone in this chaotic situation. She casually inserted it into her quiver. She had emptied a quiver before, so it was just right to store this thing. She observed the situation on the battlefield. Barbara was using all her strength to whip a few Yakuza members. It seemed that she had some kind of attribute boost. She was just short of shouting something like a queen. Robin was still the same. He was being hit by two extremely skilled claw wheels. He could only barely resist. Although it was serious, it wasn't dangerous. Plus, he was a little far from the battlefield. Thea couldn't reach him even if she wanted to help. This was also good. She could release Catwoman's combat power first. Victory was right in front of her eyes. Thea took out an arrow and aimed at the penguin guy who was holding a broken umbrella and happily fighting with Catwoman. This guy was also a character. The key was that he had the most subordinates. As long as he died, his subordinates' morale would immediately plummet. In this way, her side would win. Chapter 96. She adjusted her breathing and pulled the bowstring to the maximum. Then, she aimed at the penguin man's distinctive sharp nose and shot an arrow. The arrow was like a meteor chasing after the moon. It was extremely fast and landed accurately. If nothing went wrong, the sharp arrow would open up a large hole in the penguin man's face. His trusted subordinates would happily attend their boss's memorial service tomorrow, and a new leader would be chosen the day after tomorrow. However, when the arrow was less than 20 centimeters away from his ugly face, a figure flashed past from the side. A dark green glove quickly grabbed the arrow. It wasn't surprising that her arrow was blocked. After all, her archery skills weren't at the peak yet. The lunatic Death Angel could also block arrows, but catching an arrow flying at high speed with her bare hands wasn't something an ordinary person could do. People with great strength and dynamic vision could do it, but the person in front of him was obviously not that type of person. She was familiar with his archery skills, and she was using the special skill of the ninja masters. He also knew this skill, but he didn't expect that he would encounter a woman who used it against him today, because he didn't have the chance to use it. Talia. Thea looked at the woman not far away in a low voice. Who are you? Talia Al Ghul was wearing a dark green leather jacket. She carried a bow on her back, held a recurve bow, and had a long sword at her waist. She looked at Thea and wondered who this person was. Her martial arts and archery skills were obviously passed down from the ninja master. Could she be from the Alliance? Thea didn't know how to answer her question. There was a complicated story behind this, so she couldn't go into too much detail. Besides, she didn't plan to tell the story in front of so many people. Looking at her face, which was full of mixed blood characteristics, different from the fair skin of European and American people, there were some characteristics of the Arab world and East Asian people. Her thick black hair set off her amber eyes, exuding a strange and dangerous charm. Beat me first. Thea also wanted to see how different she was from the daughter of the ninja master, the future leader of the Green Arrow. She quickly drew an arrow and shot it at Talia. You still need to practice your archery skills. Talia skillfully swatted away the arrow with her bow. Although she spoke contemptuously, her movements were not slow either. She drew her bow at the same speed as Thea and deflected an arrow. However, under Thea's powerful perception, this arrow was as eye-catching as the sun in the sky. She gently moved 2 steps to the left to avoid the arrow's trajectory while continuing to shoot back at Talia. Following that, the two of them continued to draw their bows as if they were performing a show. Arrows of almost the same size and weight constantly intersected in the air. While the two of them were shooting at each other, they also needed to dodge each other's arrows. Occasionally, they would even use the classic scene of two arrows colliding in the air. For a while, the two of them shot out 20 arrows from their quivers, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Talia's archery skills were indeed superb, but Thea's powerful perception could also make up for her lack of archery skills. After the intense rapid shooting, it consumed a lot of stamina and mental strength. The two of them did not have outstanding physiques, so they both stopped attacking at the same time. They adjusted their breathing and stared at each other, preparing for the next round of competition. At this point, Talia was completely sure that the person opposite her was using the archery skills of a ninja master. After all, Old Ma was not a master of his generation and did not have the ability to innovate. He taught Thea exactly how others taught him, and this archery style was displayed in front of Talia. If she could not see this, it would only mean that she was blind. After careful observation, looking at the opponent's various movements, strength, speed, and other data, she could still determine that the opponent was a woman, and a young woman at that. Talia pondered for a while. Who could it be? Her first thought was her sister, Nissa El Ghul. She had left Nandarbart for many years and did not know what level her sister's martial arts had reached. However, she felt that it should be about the same level as the person in front of her. Moreover, the two of them were very similar in age. There was a slight age gap between the two sisters, and their relationship was not good. She had also left home early with her child, so they were not close. Did her sister know that she had appeared in Gotham and rushed over to deal with her? Was her father, the ninja master, also nearby? She felt a little uneasy and ordered her subordinates to continue lying in ambush and not reveal themselves. Fortunately, Thea could not read minds. Otherwise, if she knew that she had mistaken her for her sister, she would definitely shout, "What kind of taste do you have? No matter if it's my figure or my looks, I'm much better than your sister." At this time, Thea was a little troubled. This person was the mother of Batman's son. It was not appropriate for her to fight. Furthermore, she would be an important person to enlighten Oliver in the future. Without her guidance, there would be no green arrow. She did not want to ruin this important opportunity for her brother. Furthermore, the interpersonal relationships in this world were very strange. In the future, Green Arrow would marry Nissa. Regardless of whether they were husband and wife, in name, she was Green Arrow's sister, and Talia was Nissa's sister. The two of them were very cliché relatives. They could pretend that they did not know each other and eat together during Chinese New Year. Furthermore, since she had appeared here, would Bane be far away? Thea did not know how to fight this guy whose strength was measured in tons. Even an Iron Man would not be able to withstand a fist the size of a casserole combined with 2 tons of strength. Talia was afraid that the ninja master would jump out to deal with her, and Thea was also afraid that Bane would come out from the bushes. The two of them were afraid of both sides, so they both retreated to their respective groups. "Director Gordon, how's the situation on your side?" Thea connected to the headset and asked about the situation on her side. "It's going well, but these people are resisting very tenaciously. To be honest, I think they are plotting something." The old director's gunshots were endless, and it sounded like they were in Afghanistan. He was not the only one who felt that there was a conspiracy. Thea also had a bad feeling. With Owl Court, Talia, and Bane hiding somewhere, they were at a disadvantage in terms of high-end combat power. Thea made a prompt decision and gave the order to retreat. "Director, go to the back and arrange for backup. We will slowly retreat from the asylum. Agent Lara, order your snipers to shoot and bring Robin back. Catwoman, Barbara, prepare your smoke grenades. Also, Catwoman, ask Firefly to help cover the retreat." Firefly did not enter their private channel. On one hand, Thea was worried about her. On the other hand, she was not very fond of Batman's team. Following Chief Gordon's order in the police channel, the large force began to consciously shrink their formation. Bang, bang. 2 sniper shots rang out. The 2 Sharp Claw members besieging Robin had very high intuition. The moment the bullets got close to them, they retreated and dodged, allowing Robin to smoothly withdraw to the large force. Chapter 97. Putting aside Robin's skills for the time being, his tenacity was indeed commendable. Anyway, Sia saw him running back to the crowd in a sorry state. His face was bruised and swollen, and there were 2 big holes in his battle suit. Blood seeped out from his clothes from time to time. He was seriously injured, but he still held on and did not call for backup. He was really a tough guy. My pager is broken. Thank God you guys helped me. Thea knew she had misinterpreted Robin's expression when he opened his mouth. However, she did not laugh at him when she thought about how powerful his claws were. Instead, she ordered him to retreat to the back of the group. Nominally, it was to hold the line, but in reality, it was to let him rest. Thea, be careful. There's a lot of thermal activity in the side room. There's also a small amount of radiation. Thea was about to order the rest to throw a smoke grenade when Felicity reminded her through her earpiece. It was not surprising that the enemy had set up an ambush, but how did the radiation come out? Just as she was thinking, the metal door on the right side of the gym was slammed open. A few burly men rushed out. She could not tell how many of them there were, but as the door was pulled down by the leader, more and more people rushed out from the door. This must be the enhancer that Chief Gordon mentioned before. To be able to tear down such a heavy iron door like tearing a piece of paper, although his strength was not as strong as Bain's, who was measured in tons, he was still considered Hercules. Most of the people who rushed out were wearing the clothes of ordinary citizens, but their faces were anything but ordinary. Some of them had blood flowing from the corners of their eyes, some had veins on their faces and necks that were throbbing, and some even had horns or other unknown objects on their foreheads. These people had all kinds of strange appearances. No matter how she looked at them, they did not look like they were born naturally. There could only be one conclusion. Was this Arkham's unique biohuman experiment? She did not expect the mastermind to be so fast. They had already created so many successful products in just 3 days. To verify her guess, Thea took out an arrow and aimed it at the 2-meter-tall burly man with horns on his head that looked like a rhinoceros. The arrow went straight into the enemy's chest, but the blood that flowed out was not the usual red of an ordinary person. Instead, it had a strange purple color. The burly man was pushed back 2 steps by the kinetic energy of the arrow. With a roar, he pulled out the arrow and continued to charge towards Thea. Amazing! Thea could tell that her opponent was definitely injured. As long as he was still bleeding, it meant that he could still be killed. She continued to draw her bow. It was as if Cervantes had been reborn. She gracefully stood on the ground and shot 5 arrows at the rhino man that was charging at her. Roar! The rhinoceros man, who was running at high speed, was shot in the left eye by the 4th arrow. The 5th arrow pierced through his throat. He clutched his wound and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Thea pursed her lips. These guys looked intimidating, but their real abilities were just some enhancements to their strength, speed, and endurance. They were the same as the Death Angel from before. They all needed to strengthen one thing, and that was their brains. He doesn't even know how to dodge an arrow. This guy might not even be as good as the Angel of Death. However, the fact that she could easily deal with them did not mean that they were weak. Even though the police officers tried their best to hold the line and used their skillful coordination to focus fire on 3 of them, more and more enemies were coming out from the side door. Chief Gordon, give the order to retreat. I'll buy you some time. Thea took out a winding arrow from her special quiver and aimed it at the metal door. She shot it at lightning speed. After observing the effect of the arrow, she did not know how strong these people were. She did not want to risk it, so she shot another arrow. Dense spiderwebs instantly covered the entire side of the wall. Since the reinforcements lacked an important organ like their brains, they could not figure out what the white spiderwebs were. They jostled and pushed each other as they tried their best to get out. However, they underestimated the resilience of the spiderwebs. The few people in front were instantly stuck to the spiderwebs. The people behind them used them as support to push the spiderwebs outwards. From an outsider's point of view, it looked like the spiderwebs were being pushed up by the reinforcements from time to time. Then, the spiderwebs would fall silent and bulge out again. Thea was not very confident about her double winding arrow. In theory, it was used to deal with normal people. Who knew if it could deal with the reinforcements? She called out to everyone. Let's retreat. The Firefly, Miss Bridget Parker, also came to Thea's side. However, her eyes were fixed on the spiderwebs not far away. She seemed to be thinking about the effects of the spiderwebs. She seemed to be eager to try it out. You take the rear. I'll cover you. Thea whispered to Miss Firefly. At the same time, she ordered her friends through the earpiece to throw smoke grenades at the enemy. According to her experiments, the Batman brand smoke grenade would produce some kind of chemical combustion when it came into contact with fire. Today was the perfect time to test out the effects. Miss Firefly did not wait for her orders. Seeing that most of the people had retreated, she opened up the nozzle of the flamethrower and fired at the Arkham Union army. Her flame was different from the flames of everyday life. It was more like a mixture of some chemical substance and kerosene. It was fully ignited in the air, and then through the pressure nozzles in the combustion canister, it was shot at the heads of the gang members. That's a strong ability. Thea thought to herself. I'll make a note of it later. The best way to deal with her is to shoot her kerosene flamethrower from afar. Close combat is too dangerous. Or should I add fireproof paint to my clothes? I wonder how hot her flames are. I'll have to test it out next time. When Barbara and the rest saw the fire, they threw out a few smoke grenades to cover the retreat of the reinforcements. When Thea smelled something sour in the air, she knew that the fire and smoke had a strange chemical reaction. She grabbed Miss Firefly, who was having fun setting the fire. Let's retreat too. However, before the two of them could take a few steps, a bone-chilling cold came from the opposite side. The temperature in the air dropped rapidly, and the light that was distorted by the high temperature also returned to normal. Freezing! X2 Sia and Miss Firefly noticed the intruder at the same time. The two of them slowly retreated. Sia pulled out a special titanium alloy arrowhead with Teflon coating. This coating was specially used by the Quinn Group for machining high-speed cutting tools. Sia used it to strengthen the armor-piercing property of the titanium alloy. Someone who had difficulty naming it simply called it armor-piercing arrow. Miss Firefly was also focused on the opposite side, and from time to time, she would spit out some kerosene to stop the enemy's advance. Let's retreat. Catwoman Barbara came to Thea's side. The girls. It was really a group of girls this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, a total of 4 girls. The only male, Robin, was already offline. The 4 of them relied on Miss Firefly's continuous spitting of kerosene and slowly retreated from the asylum. Chapter 98. In the distance, Mr. Freeze, who was wearing a very flashy and unique armor, smirked when he saw that they were about to retreat. He raised his frost gun and pulled the trigger. A large amount of frost mist rushed towards the girls. Not to be outdone, Miss Firefly also raised her flamethrower and shot a string of fireballs at him. The two of them did not say a word during the battle, but anyone with eyes could see that the two of them were not on good terms. It was as if there was only one of them left. The frozen mist kept colliding with the kerosene in the air. A large amount of mist turned into water in the air, and then quickly evaporated into gas. The kerosene was also constantly being consumed by the frozen air. Neither of them could do anything to the other, and the situation entered a stalemate. Can we go up and help? Barbara was quite loyal. Even though she had never spoken to Miss Firefly, she still automatically categorized her as a member of her camp. The person she asked was Thea, who was experienced in technological weapons. Thea was still very curious about this guy who used frost gas. She heard that his gun used the principle of low-temperature ammonia to cool, which was somewhat similar to her frost arrow. She used liquid nitrogen. In fact, the cooling effect of the two of them was similar. It was hard to say who was more advanced. Her nitrogen temperature was lower, so the cooling effect was stronger. However, the loss of energy in the air was greater. His ammonia could be shot after a certain reaction in the gun, so the loss of energy was relatively lower. However, he could continuously extract ammonia from the canister behind him and shoot it. Her arrows were one less arrow after another. In comparison, she was still a little inferior. However, if she was asked to carry a chemical canister to fight monsters, she would never do it. It was too dangerous. The way to deal with this guy and Miss Firefly was very simple. As long as she found their canister, she could happily go up and loot their corpses from afar. In the face of Barbara's question, Thea answered with certainty. Of course, watch me kill him. Her tone was full of confidence because she had already seen the protrusion behind the Frostman. This guy had some brains and knew to use armor to protect the gas tank. This was much better than the careless Miss Firefly beside her who had no protection at all. Aiming at such a large target was not difficult. Thea was only worried that her arrows would not be able to penetrate the sci-fi-looking armor. The constant exchange of fire between the other two also caused some interference to her vision. Thea left the team and found a high platform with a better view. She aimed at Mr. Freeze, who was shooting at the fireflies. With a smug smile on his face, he loosened the bowstring. The Teflon-coated arrowhead barely completed its task. The 10-centimeter arrowhead only managed to pierce halfway into the armor. Thea waited for 2 seconds in worry. She only felt relieved when she saw cold air coming out from the gaps in his armor. Let's go! God knows if this guy's canister was pressurized, how much pressure was added, and if it would explode from the inside. She flew back to the girls and called out to Catwoman Barbara. Under Miss Firefly's puzzled gaze, the two of them ran out. Mr. Freeze was a little stunned when he saw the girls running away. He did not know why the girls who were on par with him wanted to run away. However, he did not think too much about it. He thought that her canister was out of gas, so he pulled the trigger and was ready to kill them. 2 muffled sounds were heard. The fog that should have appeared theoretically did not appear. While he was still wondering what was wrong with his gun, a violent impact knocked him out. Thea and the girls saw that the entrance of the asylum was replaced by a huge block of ice in an instant. The ice was spreading rapidly in all directions. The 4 girls wished that they had more legs. They ran as fast as they could. Thea and Catwoman, who were faster, each carried Firefly with 1 arm. The girl's speed was slower than a normal person's, and she was carrying a canister that weighed more than 5 kilograms. If the 2 girls did not stop her, she would have been frozen into the ice wall. Barbara also gave her a push from the back. In the end, they managed to run out of the door with much difficulty. Thea, next time you make such a big noise, you should tell us in advance. Barbara, who was running so hard that her gallbladder almost popped out of her mouth, complained. Isn't this great? Mr. Freeze is finally out of the way. Thea felt that this guy's lethality was not in vain. Barbara and Catwoman looked at each other. Barbara, who was kind, said, Mr. Freeze's body temperature is below 0 all year round because of the experiment accident. He's immune to ice. Theoretically, ice can't kill him. Immune? The 2 shiny words shocked Thea. Why does this guy have such an unscientific passive? Why didn't you tell me? She then turned to look at Firefly. According to the settings of some worlds, is this girl immune to fire? No wonder she's so brave to carry the canister around. There must be a reason behind it. Although she had made a mistake, Sia's character was to never admit her mistakes. She was like this in version 1.0, and she was still the same in version 2.0. Thinking about the various chemical and physical knowledge that he knew, Zhang Heng decided to give it a try. Of course I know. We can't kill him this time, but he needs a lot of time to defrost. Plus, we have to recompress the gas. This will take precious time. Don't worry. Everything is under control. Thea patted her chest, which was almost sea-size, and promised the girls. Catwoman was illiterate, so she couldn't tell whether she was telling the truth or not. Barbara had a Ph. in library management, so it was obvious that she wasn't interested in physics or chemistry. She couldn't tell whether she was telling the truth or not. Miss Firefly had never dealt with her before. Seeing how resolute she was, Miss Firefly decided to believe her for the time being. Realizing that her acting had successfully fooled the 3 girls, Thea let out a long breath. She began to think about how to deal with Mr. Freeze. Since shooting the canister didn't work, what else could she do? Mr. Freeze was really powerful. Even if she used a rocket launcher to attack him, the rocket launcher would be extinguished or even completely frozen. Moreover, even if he wasn't frozen, his armor's defense was top-notch. He was almost immune to ordinary firearms. No matter how hard she thought about it, she still couldn't come up with a good idea. This guy was so hard to deal with. Sia started to worry about the current grim situation. Owl Court, Mr. Freeze, and a large number of enhanced humans created by biochemical experiments. The problems came one after another. Thea couldn't help but furrow her beautiful eyebrows. If there was no other way, he could only use the Hellfire missile. However, this was a difficult decision to make. Even if Amanda agreed with the black woman's personality, she would still put the blame on him. This could only be used as a last resort. Chapter 99. Originally, Thea had planned to pretend to retreat to lure them out and set up an ambush, but now that Mr. Freeze had unexpectedly frozen the entire intersection, she had no choice but to give up the whole plan. Miss Firefly wanted to leave alone, but Thea dragged her into the command vehicle. This person was now a treasure. Thea could not let her go before she figured out how to deal with Mr. Freeze. Thea and Catwoman finally persuaded her to stay with them. They did not speak in the vehicle. Each of them was summarizing the gains and losses of the battle. Thea took out the sword that she had picked up for scientific research. She tapped the blade lightly and it made a low hum. Thea could not tell what material it was made of. The blade was dark black and 85 centimeters long. Including the hilt, it was only a meter long. It was a traditional English broadsword, but the blade was thinner. It could be used to stab and cut. The Latin inscription was engraved on the hilt. The Sword of Osri. That lunatic got his name because of this sword, right? If he was still alive, he could have changed his name. Thea held the sword in her hand and waved it gently. It was a good sword. It was neither light nor heavy. With her height and strength, it was just right for her. This was the will of God. Everyone in the car couldn't help but glance at her as she wielded her sword. Firefly and Lara, who weren't interested in cold weapons, quickly shifted their gazes. Batman's group of friends and family looked at her for a while. Is this the sword of the Angel of Death? Robin seemed to have a deep impression of this sword. However, he was too far away when he was beaten up by the two claws, so he did not see Thea's battle. He was a little confused when he saw the sword. Sia glanced at him and ignored him. He really doesn't know how to talk. What do you mean the sword of the Angel of Death? Legally speaking, emotionally speaking, this is my sword. Which side is the Angel of Death on? I don't know her at all. Just as she was about to put the sword back into the scabbard, Catwoman, who had sharp eyes, saw the gorgeous scabbard. Did you get this too? Facing Catwoman's passionate eyes, Thea subconsciously took a small step back. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the scabbard? Catwoman only felt that the gems on the scabbard were shiny and dazzling. As someone who had been in the jewelry business for more than 10 years, she immediately judged that the gems on the scabbard were real. She wanted to turn her head away, but she couldn't control her eyes. She thought to herself, I just want to take one look, one more look, one last look. Women were similar to dragons. Thea's ostentatious display of wealth had attracted the attention of the usually indifferent Miss Firefly, not to mention the other girls. Lara glanced at him from the corner of her eyes and forced herself to calm down. Barbara was from a well-to-do family, so she was more immune to jewelry. After a bout of envy and jealousy, she turned to Robin and confided in each other. However, the other two girls, who grew up in poor families, did not have such strong willpower in the face of the temptation of these colorful stones. As the most beautiful girl in Green Arrow's movie, Felicity was a woman who changed her clothes 3 times a day and wore 1 earring a day. Relying on the fact that she was on Thea's side, she grabbed the sleeves of her battle suit and stared at her with sparkling eyes. She almost shouted, "This thing is fated to be mine." Catwoman was also a little attracted to it. She kept calculating how much money she could get if she sold the scabbard. She secretly hated the Death Angel for being so useless and not being skilled in martial arts. Such a treasure from Gotham had fallen into the hands of the people of Star City, and it was openly seized. There was no reason for her to keep it. Thea naturally wouldn't say something like, "Everyone who saw it gets a share. Come, everyone take a gem." She was so poor that she didn't even have enough to eat. Whether the scabbard was for her own use or to be sold, it had nothing to do with the people of Gotham. She wouldn't give up a piece of meat that was already in her hands. In order to divert their attention, Thea wanted to ask them about their opinions on the battle today. Do you think those enhanced people are strong? Have you fought with them before? The girls, including Robin, looked at each other and shook their heads. Of course, they didn't shake their heads to show that the enhanced people weren't strong. It was just that they hadn't fought with the enhanced people before, so they couldn't make a judgment. Seeing them shake their heads, Thea knew that she had asked for nothing. Her heart sank. If there were thousands of enhanced people, she wouldn't be able to stop them. Fortunately, the experienced director, Gordon, spoke up. I've seen them when I was young. Back then, they had all kinds of abilities. Some could cause people to age, some could control people's minds, but they all required physical contact. He pondered for a moment. This time, I feel that they only strengthen their bodies. They didn't have any strange abilities. Then do you know how to deal with them? Thea was still very polite to the old man. She asked expectantly. The director was a little embarrassed. Back then, I used to stick to fight them. At that time, the enhanced people were stronger than normal people, but it was limited. Thea had the urge to facepalm when she heard his words. Look at your old arms and legs. You were so hot-tempered when you were young? You were really fierce. You didn't even have a plan. You just fought head-on. Barbara must have inherited your personality. This method was too brainless. 2 or 3 of them could fight head-on, but how could they fight hundreds of them? Thea, who prided herself on being smart, wasn't prepared to accept such a suggestion. You said that they emitted a small amount of radiation? Thea turned her head and asked her friend, Felicity. Yes, before they appeared, there was a rather strong radiation reaction. Did they use nuclear material to strengthen themselves? Thea's question could only be answered by the old director. After all, he had seen it before. Gordon, who was about to retire at the age of 60, tried his best to recall how the experiment was conducted. Actually, he did not care how the group of people were enhanced or what kind of enhancement they used. Once the case was solved, it was over. Gutan's case had never stopped. It had been more than 20 years since then, so how could he remember? He shook his head to show that he couldn't remember. Thea didn't have high hopes for the old man's memory. Even if he remembered after 20 years, he would definitely come up with something new. The memories from back then could at most be used as a reference. Fortunately, Thea had been thinking about weapons of mass destruction recently. As the pinnacle of human technology, nuclear weapons were the focus of her attention. She lowered her head and thought for a while. Later, install a Geiger counter on the drone and measure the amount of radiation there, Thea instructed Felicity. Then, she suddenly thought of something and turned to the Gotham people. You have a Geiger counter, right? What the hell? The people present were all normal citizens who changed their class to heroes. Who would have time to think about this? A few of them were confused and were about to shake their heads when Laura saved them. Our Sky's Eye Association has one. I'll ask them to get one for you. Chapter 100. Hearing that, Thea was relieved and began to focus on the discussion with Felicity. Their theory should be to use nuclear radiation to weaken the human body's self-defense mechanism, then add in various animal DNA to strengthen the surface. In fact, this kind of strengthening is very burdensome to the carrier, and the increase in strength is also very limited. Thea shared some of her thoughts based on the process of beating up the rhinoceros man. Then as long as we remove the radiation residue on the surface of the body, theoretically, the foreign animal DNA will be gradually eliminated by the human body's own immune system, Felicity said softly with her chin in her hand. However, it was easier said than done. Removing radiation pollution was not something that could be done overnight. The 1986 Chernobyl was still standing, and 1,650 square kilometers of land was contaminated, and no one dared to go near it. The asylum did not have a pollution problem, but removing the trace elements was a big problem. She did not know if they had a ready-made reactor or if they used nuclear waste. The waste was not a big threat, but if they had a reactor with enough power, Thea would have to give up on the Arkham project. Let's go and test the value first. If the value is not high, we can try traditional rain and spraying boric acid. There was too little reference data, and Thea could only take one step at a time. However, she suddenly thought of the problem of rain, and asked the few people who were about to fall asleep, has it ever rained in Gotham? Is it cloudy all year round here? To be honest, the various nuclear waste and radiation she had been talking about were indeed a little scary. The few people in the group of relatives and friends couldn't get a word in edgewise and could only listen silently. Now that they heard her talk about the problem of rain, this problem wasn't that profound. Barbara felt that she was looking down on Gotham, a big city. No matter how bad their family was, they would not allow an outsider to criticize them. She said unhappily, "Of course it has, but there are many cloudy days throughout the year." Was that called many cloudy days? It was basically cloudy all year round. Anyway, Thea had not seen a sunny day for more than a month. Living in a dark environment for so long, not to mention the physical illness, there were also many dark thoughts in the mind, and finally, there would be an opportunity to put them into action. Normal people like us commit crimes in broad daylight compared to those who commit crimes at night. Not everyone has the courage to commit crimes in broad daylight. Thea felt like she had found the cause of Gotham's illness, or rather, a part of it. At the same time, he sighed at how lucky Superman was to land in the capital of the Empire and bask in the sunlight of the capitalists. If his spaceship landed in Gotham, he would probably be poor for the rest of his life. It was unknown whether he could live to see the sun again. He vaguely remembered that in his previous life, there was a discussion on the internet about a devil being sealed deep beneath Gotham City. Therefore, even though he did not know if the cloudy days were real or not, he still had some impression of the super ferocious zombie, Solomon Grundy, sleeping in Gotham River. If he messed with the weather here, would he attract a stronger boss? Last time, I was just suggesting to mobilize the masses. Didn't you see that the criminals in Gotham have started to form groups? But are you afraid? Hee. Thea felt her blood boiling. It was quite exciting. They did not know that Thea was prepared to detonate a bomb for them. Seeing that she did not say anything after asking, the group of friends and relatives did not take it to heart. They buried their heads and tidied up their equipment. They did not encounter any ambushes on the way back and returned to the campsite peacefully. The girls had to change their clothes, especially Thea, who had fought with the Angel of Death. Her body was splattered with a lot of blood. As a clean freak, she endured it for a long time. The few of them washed up and went to the meeting room. After they sat down for more than 10 minutes, Chief Gordon finally arrived. The old man did not have the time to change his clothes and wash his face. He did not rest for a moment after returning to the campsite. After calculating the casualties, he finally went to the meeting room to ask Thea for advice. 14 police officers were killed and 41 injured. 3 veterans were killed and 5 injured. Chief Gordon's heart ached. He had sacrificed many of his men. Most of them were killed in the line of duty when the reinforcements rushed out. On the other hand, the veterans were all experienced. They knew that the situation was not good and hid themselves well. The few injured were only slightly injured. Sia rubbed her eyebrows. In this battle, they had lost 1/10 of their combat strength. Although the battle results weren't great, they had at least figured out the enemy's true strength. It could be said that they had accomplished their goal. However, the reinforcements could be endlessly produced. Sooner or later, their side would be destroyed. Just as she was thinking of how to tactfully ask Chief Gordon to continue with the recruitment, the door of the meeting room was pushed open from the outside. A tall and handsome middle-aged man walked in slowly with a walking stick. Bruce. Catgirl was so excited when she saw the man that she didn't even care that she was on the other side of the table. She jumped over the long table with her arms on the table and rushed to the middle-aged man's side. She touched his face and tears flowed down uncontrollably. "Are you really Bruce?" Catwoman looked at her lover in front of her. She almost thought that she was hallucinating. Bruce Wayne's voice was as polite as usual. He hugged his lover's slender waist and said, "Yes, I'm back." Just as the two of them were about to do something like hugging and kissing after a long separation, a spoiler interrupted their reunion. "Kitten, I've brought him back for you. Where's the money we agreed on?" A graceful woman with long hair walked out from behind Bruce. Thea wanted to cover her face when she saw this scene. This person who ruined the atmosphere and ruined the background music of the couple's reunion was Thea's teacher or training partner, Big Sister Shiva. Big Sister ignored the surprised looks of the people around her. She even stretched out a hand in front of Catwoman, indicating that she should pay up quickly. She was busy. Shiva, we've told you many times along the way. I'll pay and you'll let Selena go. Bruce was still very respectful to his savior. No, she has to pay for her request. Besides, your company is almost gone. How can you get the money? I don't want your old house. Shiva ignored his gaze and focused on getting the money from Catwoman. Catwoman was very embarrassed. She had gone to Star City to look for Shiva with the intention of making a last-ditch effort. To be honest, she had thought that Master Bruce would not come back. He was seriously injured and had been kidnapped. So, she had promised an astronomical reward. Now that he had been rescued and had not lost an arm or a leg, it would be too embarrassing if she did not pay. Chapter 101. Catwoman glanced at her old lover. To be honest, she was a little annoyed that he came back unscathed. She couldn't even find an excuse to talk to Shiva. She pushed Master Bruce behind her and smiled helplessly as she walked to the other side with Shiva to talk about credit. Uncle Bruce was in an awkward position. It was true that he was rich, but a lot of his money was dead money. For example, Wayne Group's shares, Quinn Group's shares, Merlin Group's shares, and even Lex Luthor's shares. According to the unwritten rules, these shares couldn't be cashed out without a valid reason. In addition, real estate around the world wasn't easy to sell. Ski resorts in Switzerland, wineries in Belgium, and so on couldn't find buyers in a short period of time. His daily income was basically invested in technological equipment. This was similar to Thea. However, his basic equipment was completed while Thea was just on the road. The daily maintenance of these equipment required a large sum of money. He was very similar to Thea. They both looked glamorous but were actually very poor. Therefore, in the face of the aggressive Madame Shiva, he could only express his moral support for his old lover's predicament. Everyone in the meeting room listened quietly to the haggling between Madame Shiva and Catwoman. We agreed to pay in a month. You're 3 days late. You definitely can't pay in full. I haven't asked you for my travel expenses. Do you know how hard I worked to find your man? I didn't even rest when I cut my finger. Do you know? The two women threw away their usual coldness and elegance. In this crucial moment that determined the fate of Gotham, they chattered about money, and money problems. Cough cough. Master Bruce was speechless at how they treated him like goods. He coughed twice to try to divert the attention of the people in the room. The problem of rescuing the citizens that you talked about was very deep. Add me to the chat room and we'll continue talking. However, everyone ignored him. It was rare for them to have the opportunity to gossip. If they didn't enjoy it, the people of Gotham wouldn't die anytime soon. They didn't care about these few minutes. The people led by Thea ignored Master Bruce's expression and continued to watch the two women on the other side. Catwoman, who was in the wrong, quickly admitted defeat. She took out her phone and transferred the money. Her usually strong fingers were slightly trembling. Beep. The clear ringtone of the phone rang in the room. Shiva looked at the screen with satisfaction. Kitten, you're quite rich. That's the down payment. Remember to transfer the money at the beginning of the next month. After saying that, Big Sister looked around and saw Sia. She waved at her and said, I've been away from home for a long time. I don't know if my daughter misses me or not. I'm leaving now. After Ms. Shiva finished speaking, she put away her phone and flung her long black hair behind her back, leaving behind a suave back view as she walked away. What did that mean? I'm not even considered a graduate yet. They didn't even give me a certificate or anything. Sia knew that she had a daughter who was said to be shockingly talented. She didn't know if it was true or not, but she was still a little reluctant to part with her elder sister whom she had been with for half a year. Most importantly, she needed someone who could fight. Why did she run away? 2 more minutes and I'll get to the point. But after thinking about it carefully, he decided to just let her go. Based on what happened to the feline girl, he knew that he couldn't afford to hire this girl who only cared about money. Old Ma probably spent a lot of money to teach him back then. Mr. Wayne, have you recovered? Sia hurriedly asked Batman, who was beside her. This was the strongest combat power they had at the moment. She was asking if he could fight now. Bruce was an extremely intelligent person. He immediately understood what she meant. But understanding was one thing. Objective facts on the material level could not be ignored. He raised the walking stick in his hand. I can walk normally now. F*C, you're funny? You mean you're still injured? Then why did you come back? Did you come back to work? Xia felt like the entire world's consciousness was laughing at her. It was not easy for her to get back two helpers, but one had run away, and the other had a debuff. After going around in circles, she was back to the starting point. Did she still have to rely on these people? She didn't know how much he had heard of the meeting. Thea explained it to him again. Mr. Wayne, do you think the large-scale rainfall and neutralizing radiation will change the shallow evolution of the enhanced? Call me Bruce. I'll always remember Miss Thea's help to Gotham. Bruce stood up to express his gratitude. As for your suggestion, we can do it this way. Back in the day, I developed a special type of wavelength trigger. This type of sound wave is harmless to normal people. As long as we test the data of the enhanced humans and adjust it to a specific wavelength, we will be able to emit infrasound waves that are specifically targeted at the enhanced humans. I don't know how effective it is, but I think it should be able to knock someone out. From this, one could see the value of Batman's boss. Most of his combat ability was reflected in his wisdom. It wasn't a joke for him to have self-taught himself more than 10 doctorates. No wonder the ninja master valued him so much. To be able to learn so much in such a short time, he was definitely a top talent. His idea sounded more advanced than Thea's idea of sprinkling dry ice and spraying boric acid. The two of them started a heated discussion. Felicity was a little embarrassed when she saw her idol, but when she saw how happy they were, she happily joined in the conversation. This made the rest of the people in the room suffer. Other than Catwoman, who was still thinking about how to make up for her loss, everyone else was confused. They wanted to leave, but they were afraid of the task assigned to them. They could only listen to the conversation in a daze. Batman was very happy. He had learned so much, but no one appreciated it. His only confidant was an old bastard who had lived for 800 years. Usually he had no place to show off his knowledge. It was a very troublesome thing. Talking to these people who had graduated from a literacy class about the changes of the elements, wavelengths, and frequencies was like playing the lute to a cow. Today, he met the Star City duo and realized that the two ladies' thoughts were very clear and their reactions were very fast. Most importantly, they could understand his words. This was not easy. Batman was a little sad that he couldn't go into battle after his return. However, now that he realized that his wisdom could be put to good use, his original unhappiness turned into joy. While they were talking, he also had a good impression of Star City's education. Gotham's education standards were too low. Just look at Robin, who was about to fall asleep. Should he send him to Star City to study in the future? Robin had mentioned about going to university, and it seemed like he could do something about it. Actually, he didn't know that Thea and Felicity were self-taught and had nothing to do with Star City. Chapter 102. The next day, everyone rushed to the Gotham Meteorological Monitoring Center. This place controlled 3 nearby meteorological satellites and could monitor the changes in the nearby clouds at any time. Of course, as a big capitalist city, the monitoring center was no exception. Wayne Enterprises invested a lot of research funds into the center every year. Master Bruce still wanted to remain invisible, so the person who came forward to mediate was the old black man, Lucius. Ever since he defeated Talia at Wayne's board meeting, this black uncle, or rather, the old man, had been feeling refreshed. His waist no longer hurt, and his legs were no longer sore. Wayne Enterprises' 100-story building, in one breath. He still couldn't climb it. In addition, Batman had returned successfully, and the two had secretly met. Their spirits were completely different, and they even walked with the wind. When he heard that they needed to use the weather station to observe the clouds, even though he didn't know what Thea wanted to do, he personally came forward to mediate. In fact, there was nothing to talk about. Everyone in the meteorological center was given a day off, and they could use the equipment as they pleased. Thea and Master Bruce, who was disguised as a police officer, were still discussing the final plan. Ever since he heard Sia's theory about the high crime rate on cloudy days, he had to admit that Brosnan was a little touched. He was a self-taught psychologist who got a doctorate in psychology. The theory was a little shocking, but it was indeed very reasonable. It was just that he had not noticed it before. Anyway, they needed to reduce the trace amount of radiation in the air, so they had to fire a few shots. Felicity, start sprinkling dry ice. Thea sat on a high chair in the weather station and ordered her number 1 follower. The drone this time was different from the small plane from before. This was a so-called civilian drone that could be equipped with missiles. The few of them felt that this blatant use of legal loopholes was great. The drone rose above the clouds and started spraying dry ice. In fact, the effect was about the same on the ground. This trip would cost millions, but Thea didn't care if she didn't pay for it. Lucius was a worker, and he didn't even bat an eyelid when tens of millions were transferred to his account. This small amount of money might seem like a lot, but when it was divided among the shareholders, it wasn't much. As a collective property, it was squandered just like that. This was the beauty of modern capital operations. As for who would lose and who would gain, it was hard to say. After the drone took off, Thea realized that as a minor shareholder, she had also wasted a portion of the money on this flight. She was a little depressed, but when she saw Master Bruce looking at her as if nothing had happened, she couldn't say anything. Felicity controlled the plane to circle Gotham twice and only returned to the surveillance center after all the dry ice had been sprayed. The originally thick clouds were now even darker, and the black clouds seemed to be heavy as they hovered in the sky. It seemed like it was going to rain, but it seemed like someone was pulling it back. After a full 10 minutes, the expected rain did not fall. To be honest, the strange weather in Gotham made Thea's hair stand on end. If there were such thick clouds in other places, it would be raining cats and dogs. Director, order your men to fire. Thea touched her chin and was prepared to fight to the death. If you don't rain, I won't retreat. At this time, the whole of Gotham was covered by the dark clouds. The lights in the surveillance center lit up, and some of the nearby buildings also lit up. Boom, boom. A few shots were fired. Each rain bomb was priced at 200,000. If you asked Thea how she knew, she could have said that Gordon was signing the orders. The old director had always been a man of fairness and justice. He felt that the so-called cooperation between the police and the people should not be paid by Wayne Enterprises alone. He represented the government of Gotham and signed 5 orders in one go. In less than 10 seconds, another 1 million was fired. The original black clouds were no longer visible and were replaced by darkness. The air was filled with silence, and the few people in the surveillance center were a little nervous. Just as Thea was about to fire another 5 shots, a low rumble sounded in the air. Boom! Initially, the sound was very soft and could not be heard if one did not pay attention. Soon the sound became louder. The water vapor concentration in the air has reached 179%. Felicity had been paying attention to the various data, and when she saw the numbers start to increase, she immediately said, "According to the surveillance station in the western suburbs, the wind has reached level 5, a common-looking agent reported. The positive charge in the updraft has exceeded 450% of the normal value," said Master Bruce, who was disguised as a police officer. With the feedback of the various data, Thea knew that rain would definitely come. However, the clouds were still brewing, and once the rain fell, it would definitely be a storm. Babla, turn on the announcement we recorded and play it a few more times. Sia realized that the rain would not be light, so she quickly ordered Babla, who was hugging Robin tightly. Of course, she said that she recorded it for the sake of it. Actually, Felicity followed the previous idea and edited the second episode of the mayor's announcement, calling on the citizens not to leave their homes today and to stay at home obediently. Sometimes, Thea felt that if she stayed in Gotham for a few more months, this imprisoned mayor's popularity would break through a new high, and he might even be able to be re-elected. Initially, when he heard that they did not treat the mayor as an officer, the old-fashioned Batman was against it. However, when he heard that this was not the first time, he could only agree with it. Boom! The thunderous rumble finally sounded in the sky above the ancient city. Now, there was no need for them to do anything. They had already done what they needed to do, and it was believed that not many citizens would go out in this kind of weather. If there really was such a weirdo, being struck to death would only be a waste of their intelligence. The continuous rumble of thunder lasted for a full 10 minutes, and bean-sized raindrops started to fall densely on the sky above the city. The glass of the surveillance center was hit by the raindrops, and it made a loud noise. The hidden world boss that Thea was suspicious of did not jump out, proving that Gotham was not a place where the devil was sealed. It was just a cumulus cloud formed by a special terrain. She could loudly announce that this episode of entering Gotham was a complete success, telling everyone not to be superstitious and to believe in science. She stood in front of the window and watched the raindrops hit the tempered glass, leaving streaks of stains on the glass. Of course, this was not because the cleaners in the surveillance center were lazy and did not clean the glass, but because the pollutants in the clouds were brought to the ground by the rain. Will Gotham be different tomorrow? Master Bruce stood beside her and gazed into the distance. There was a hint of worry and anticipation in his voice. It definitely will. Thea was still looking out the window and did not turn back. She was very sure of this. After all, they had spent millions. It would be ridiculous if there was no effect. After the rain, no matter how you looked at it, there would definitely be changes in the city. Chapter 103. The thunderstorm raged over Gotham for a day and a night. When the rain lessened, Thea asked the old director to shoot 2 more shots into the sky in order to disperse all the clouds. They could not waste the rest of the day. It was unlikely that the bad guys from Arkham would ambush them in a thunderstorm. A few of them went to the side to practice their martial arts, while the rest of them helped Batman make the sonic weapon. Most of the previous equipment had been taken away or destroyed by Bane after the Batcave was exposed. Fortunately, Bruce's clever brain was still around. He pulled some equipment from the Sky's Eye Society, and the few of them rolled up their sleeves and began to work. Bruce had been doing mechanical work for a long time, so his hands-on skills were not ordinary. Thea could build the magnetic skateboard with her imagination, so her mechanical skills were also very good. Felicity had been trained in Star City, so she was quite familiar with the work. She joined in midway, and the 3 of them were in full swing. They wore work clothes, wore glasses, had towels around their necks, and were fiddling with welding torches and sledgehammers in their hands. This scene fell into the eyes of the few people who did not know the science, and it was indescribably disharmonious. You two are one of the few billionaires of the bourgeoisie. Are you betraying the class and joining the proletariat? Do I have to give you a certificate or something on May 1st next year? Barbara felt that her dream life in the upper class should not be like this. She should keep her identity as a petty bourgeois and not try to squeeze into the upper class. Halfway through the process, Miss Firefly, who was always quiet, joined in, and the whole process sped up greatly. It had to be said that it was a waste of her talent to be born in the United States. She was a natural-born welder, and she could control all kinds of temperature and fire to perfection. Most importantly, she was not afraid of fire. In order to maintain her beautiful face, Sia had put on 2 layers of protective gear. Master Bruce also wanted to maintain his handsome middle-aged appearance, so both of them covered themselves up tightly. However, Miss Firefly did not care about this at all. The sparks that splashed on her face were extinguished without any reaction. In addition, she was so skilled in the technique that Sia even wanted to ask if she had graduated from Lanxiang High School. Now that the equipment was equipped, the next step was the debugging phase. Just as Thea was wondering if she should go and catch an enhancer in the rain, Layla performed a meritorious service. For some reason, one of her agents picked up a broken arm from the ground when they were retreating. He wrapped it in a cloth and brought it back. When he heard that there was radiation, he was so scared that he peed his pants and quickly handed it over to Lara. Everyone gathered in the laboratory to observe the arm. In fact, when the enhancers appeared that day, the few of them did not fight with each other. Only Thea shot one down from afar. The others could only say that they saw it from afar. It was only when he saw the arm up close that he realized how dangerous it had been. "Did you fuse with an animal?" Felicity asked as she pointed at the sharp claws on her arm. "It looks like some kind of lizard," Batman, who could be used as an encyclopedia, concluded after observing for a while. The few of them were too lazy to think about what kind of animal it was. They began to measure the traces of radiation on the body and looked for special biological wavelengths. At this stage, Thea could not help much. She could barely be considered a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, but she did not have a master's degree. She only had a vague understanding of biological genes. It seemed that she still had to study. After the Gotham incident, she had to study hard for a period of time. The Princeton Library would be her permanent residence for a period of time. Since she could not help, she would just have to learn from Professor Bruce's calculations. Regardless of whether she understood it or not, Thea recorded the process of the calculations. From time to time, she would whisper a few words to Felicity. Although this girl was a computer science major, she had dabbled in a lot of miscellaneous subjects. She could barely keep up with Batman's thoughts. The couple, Barbara, felt that Batty had won glory for Gotham this time. The Star City duo was not omniscient. Although they did not understand anything, they still accompanied him in high spirits. Ever since Shiva took away half of her life savings, Catwoman had not been in a good state of mind for the past 2 days. She stopped looking after less than 2 minutes and hid in a corner, thinking about something. Now, her man was about to be taken away, and her money was already taken away. The bitterness in her heart was indescribable. The problem was that this was not over yet. She had used half of her savings and committed crimes recently to barely make the down payment. Faced with an astronomical amount of debt, how was she going to survive in the future? Looking at the thunderstorm outside the window, she wondered if she should take advantage of the dark and windy night to go out and commit a few more crimes. However, she remembered that Bruce was already back. He had always been against her actions. Previously, he was too far away to care about her, but now that he was back, it would be too easy for her to commit crimes to ruin their relationship. Originally, Talia had been singing "Give Me an Eagle, a Mighty Man" in Arkham. She had used all her strength to drag him to her side. If she had pushed him out, the two of them would have been done for. After thinking about it for a long time, she could not think of a solution. As for borrowing money from Thea to pay off her debt, she had no intention of doing so. Catwoman, who grew up in the slums, did not have the concept of spending money in advance. From this point of view, she was still a rather traditional person. The rain stopped at around midnight. The next morning, everyone went outside at the same time. Thea, who had recently returned to normal, came out early. She wanted to see if Gotham's feng shui could be changed. From time to time, dirty water could be seen flowing into the sewers from high to low. Thea could not figure out what the black rainwater that fell to the ground was made of. She made a mental note to ask Gordon to increase the salary of the municipal workers. The workload was huge. Fortunately, Killer Croc had been arrested. Otherwise, the dirty water would have increased his rotten aura by 2 levels. Looking at her watch, it was 5:15. All the heroes were outside. Master Bruce, who had been busy the whole night, was still in good spirits. His lips were pursed as he looked to the east. It was said that he only slept for an hour a day. Thea did not know if it was true. She would ask Catwoman about it later. "It's here." The one who shouted was Chief Gordon, who loved this piece of land to the extreme. First, it was a ray, then a ray, and finally a ray of sunlight shone on this piece of land that had not seen the sun for a long time. Thea was a little dazzled by the hot sunlight. She reached out her hand to block most of her vision. Countless rays of golden light shone through the gaps between her fingers, making her whole body red. The sun slowly rose, bringing with it rays of light. It lifted the last bit of mist above Gotham. Ha ha! Thea covered her face. She did not know why she wanted to laugh. She only felt that her body was filled with energy. Arkham, Bane, they would all be thrown into the trash. Chapter 104. Her smile infected everyone. Barbara and the young couple hugged each other and didn't let go for a long time. Lara was also looking at the morning sun, and a sweet smile appeared on her face as she thought of someone. "Old buddy, have I really done something wrong all these years?" Bruce walked up to Gordon and asked in a low voice. It was hard to tell what kind of emotions he was feeling. Happiness, excitement, depression, and maybe all of them. The old director, who had always lacked quick wit, didn't know how to answer this question. However, after living for so long, he at least knew who this sentence was directed at. He could only vaguely say, maybe it's a matter of perspective. Women and men see things from different perspectives. The old director was afraid that it would hurt his confidence, so he racked his brains and finally came up with an excuse. He then added, "She's also young, ambitious, and sharp. It's good to be young." Bruce looked at Thea, who was standing in the distance gracefully in the morning sun. Even with his experience of seeing so many women, he couldn't help but be affected by this scene. This was no love, just pure admiration. Perhaps it was indeed a matter of different perspectives between men and women. Bruce could only tacitly accept this fact and pick up his shattered belief. Otherwise, with his psychological condition, if he was suddenly told that what he had done for so many years was meaningless, he would become evil at any time. "I have to apologize to you. You entrusted your daughter to me, but my focus was on Robin. I will pay more attention to Barbara in the future." He also wanted to see if there was such a big difference in the way men and women handled problems. It just so happened that he had 2 experimental subjects under him to test. Gordon didn't know whether to thank him or to pay more attention to his daughter. According to his selfish desires, it was best for his daughter to live a peaceful life. Frankly speaking, as a father, he wasn't happy that his daughter had embarked on the path of heroism. In the past, Babla had been slacking off, and her martial arts were sparse and mediocre, which was partly due to his indulgence. However, now that Bruce had clearly expressed that he wanted to treat his daughter with high standards, he could only smile wryly and express that he was fine with it. Besides, billionaires like them were all rushing to the top, and his daughter wasn't that delicate. It was always good to have more skills. There was no need to say anything about training. Unbeknownst to them, their father and teacher were preparing to train them fiercely. Babla and Selena were kissing passionately while facing the morning sun. Thea didn't look at the lovey-dovey couple and walked to the 2 old men. "Uncle Bruce, can your wavelength transmitter be used today?" Thea also had a headache over this title for a long time. Calling him Mr. seemed distant, but calling him by his name seemed distant, so she could only act cute and call him Uncle. As expected, this form of address gave Batman a headache. He was only in his early 30s. Was he really that old? He touched his cheeks. Recently, he had been through a lot of trouble. His mouth was full of beard and he did look quite old. Facing a 17-year-old girl, so be it. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Absolutely, but the area of effect is limited. The enemy has to be within 500 meters for it to be effective. Are you going to attack today?" "Yeah, it's better to attack as soon as possible. Freeze hasn't fully recovered yet, so this is the best time to attack." Thea had already discussed Arkham's current situation with Bruce yesterday. Especially with the involvement of the Court of Owls, the severity of the situation had reached its peak. Even though Bruce wanted to wait for him to fully recover before taking action, every minute and second was precious. It wouldn't be surprising if the Court of Owls, the old nobles of Gotham, did something earth-shattering. They were both smart people. Without any conversation or eye contact, Bruce tacitly accepted Thea's current command. If he was healthy, the command would definitely be his. Even if Superman was in Gotham, he wouldn't have a problem with that. However, since he couldn't go to the front lines, he could only entrust Thea with full authority. Before 9 o'clock, the various police officers, volunteers, and veterans who received the call had already arrived at the scene. Those who knew each other were surprised by the sun in Gotham. Yes, the sun that could be seen everywhere in other places was a rare thing in Gotham. Even if it was sunny in the past, the sun wouldn't shine as brightly as it did today. Many people who had lived in Gotham their whole lives found it hard to adjust to the sun when they woke up. All the sunglasses in the convenience stores in the city were sold out. All the sunglasses manufacturers in America were awakened by the calls from their distributors. They worked overtime to stop the shortage of sunglasses. After that, they held meetings to find out what the problem was, whether it was the Korean Missile Crisis or the sudden change in the situation in the Middle East. Uncle Batman didn't slack off in the morning either. He analyzed the Scarecrow's poisonous gas sample that Thea brought back last time and made a targeted injection. The injection would provide immunity for 12 hours before the injection. Last time, it was difficult to release the poison in the crowd. This time, if the sonic weapon worked, the situation would definitely be one-sided. The Scarecrow was so crazy that it might just explode in the crowd. However, Bruce was a billionaire. The entire operation involved hundreds of people. He didn't have the time to make hundreds of bottles of injections. He could only give them to his own people. Even Felicity, who didn't go to the front lines, was given one too. However, he couldn't just ignore the righteous police officers and citizens. He racked his brains and made a strengthened version of the antidote. It had a capacity of 800 milliliters. He gave it to Robin, and it could protect her for an hour in the crowd after the battle. Barbara, you and Robin will work together this time. You two will deal with the Owl Court's Talon. I will also support you. It was the same team as last time. The enemy was missing Death Angel and Mr. Freeze. Logically speaking, they had the advantage. However, after Bruce's confirmation, Thea knew that the Talon wasn't a single person. It was a collective name for a group of people. God knows how many of them there were. If they were all as skilled as last time, it would be difficult for Thea to deal with 3 of them. Catwoman and Miss Bridget will be the mobile force to deal with any unexpected situations. Are there no problems? Let's go. Before they left, Bruce called Thea over and whispered in Chinese, "Help me keep an eye on Selena. I'm afraid that she and Talia..." He didn't know what to say. He only felt that if either of the 2 women got hurt, he would feel terrible. At first, Thea was stunned when she heard the familiar yet unfamiliar Chinese. However, she quickly realized that it was Miss Shiva who told him that she knew Chinese. Batman knew all the mainstream languages in the world. Not only could he speak Chinese, but he could also speak Cantonese. Thea could only admire him for that. Chinese was indeed safe. He was also afraid that the people in the room would have other thoughts if they heard it. In this world, Chinese was a foreign language among foreign languages. Even though he didn't elaborate, Thea understood that he wanted her to help Talia when she was in danger. However, he was also afraid that Catwoman would think too much. Chapter 105. It seemed like he still had some feelings for Talia. It was not easy to be a good man. Thea could only reply in Mandarin, "I understand, I will take care of her." Both of them did not go into detail about who she was referring to. This time, during the Arkham invasion, Sia had reduced the number of normal arrows she brought along and brought along a lot of high-tech arrows. Last time, whether it was against the Angel of Death or Talia, it was proven that her archery skills were only good against normal people. If she did not have enough strength, she would not be fast enough. No matter how accurate her aim was, it was useless. If she still wanted to rely on her archery skills, she would have to increase her strength. Thea felt that her archery skills were no different from the future Olivier. The key was the thickness of her arm. Strength was the foundation of all physical battles. Sigh, it was not easy being an archer. This time, she did not bring her skateboard. She did not wear the cumbersome antiviral suit. Instead, she wore a red overcoat like she was going on an outing, carried her sword, and put on her infrared glasses. However, she regretted it the moment she reached the entrance of Arkham. If she had known, she would have brought her skateboard. This was because the group noticed that the entrance to Arkham had been repaired. The entrance was filled with people. Everyone was quiet, and the ones leading the way were the few Gotham celebrities that they had met before. Talia was sitting on top of the 5-meter-tall entrance of the asylum. She was still wearing the same dark green overcoat with a hood. She had a weapon on her waist, a quiver of arrows on her back, and a longbow in her hand. Why did they come out today? Were they not afraid of being wiped out by the missiles? Thea immediately understood. Talia must have received news that Batman was back. She knew that her lover would not dare to use missiles, so she brought a large group of people to fight. Thea regretted it. If she had known, she would have brought her skateboard. However, it was too late now. She lowered her head and ordered Lara, "Get the military helicopters here. If we can't beat them, they can cover our retreat." Yes, Thea felt like 2 groups of people had agreed to fight in the field after school. The elementary school students on both sides were already in position. Both sides were soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, and the strong visual impact was constantly assaulting her brain. Since the other party dared to come out with such great fanfare, they must have something to rely on. He had to be careful. Seeing that both parties had arrived, Talia placed her left hand on the door and landed on the ground with a beautiful front somersault. She slowly walked out of the line and stood at the front, looking at Thea. Had she been the one behind the scenes all along? It was possible that she had both brains and subordinates. Thea saw that all the penguins and pig-faced people were standing quietly behind her. She was even more certain of her judgment. He wanted to let Gordon Sr. continue to assume the dangerous identity of the leader, but Catwoman had already taken the lead and walked out of the formation. Catwoman was fully armed today, with 3 daggers hidden under her tight black leather jacket. She held a long whip in her hand and a baton on her waist. Ever since she saw Talia, she had finally found a way to vent all her frustrations. "You're the cause of all this, right? You should know who I am. Let's have a showdown." Thea was happy to see them fight one-on-one. The two of them were about the same strength. Talia's martial arts had been learned scientifically, so her strength was stable. Catwoman's was much worse, and her level was sometimes high and sometimes low. However, when Catwoman attacked in a rage, it was hard to say whether or not her little universe would explode and kill the other party. Sia could only admire Uncle Bat's foresight. These words were still ringing in her ears, and the two women were about to fight. Her task was not difficult, as long as she could keep them alive. With a bitter smile, she drew an arrow and knocked it on the bow, ready to support the one who could not win at any time. However, to everyone's surprise, things took a big turn. Talia pointed at Catwoman, who was stepping forward, and said, "You and I have a personal grudge." She then pointed at Thea, who was watching the show, and said, "Her and I have a business matter." It was hard for Catgirl to describe her current state of mind. She had seen how Bruce had called Sia aside and warned her. Although she didn't understand Chinese, she knew what he was thinking as his lover for many years. He also had feelings for Talia. Where was her position? They had feelings for each other and a child, so it seemed more suitable than her. She stood up alone to challenge Talia, which meant that her life and death were up to fate. No matter who won or lost, this matter could be put to an end. However, when she mustered up her courage, she found that Talia didn't accept the challenge and even used the excuse that it was a business matter. This made her psychological barrier collapse, and her motivation to fight was gone. Since it's business, then go ahead. Thea felt that her glasses were about to fall off. She watched Catwoman walk back briskly. What happened to the fight? I was still waiting for support. What's the meaning of this? However, before she could figure out what to do next, Talia's words made her feel what it meant to be thunderstruck. "Sister, come out. This battle should be ours." Talia stared at Thea and took off her hood, revealing her long brown hair. Who was she talking to? Thea looked left and right. Was Nisha Al Ghul nearby? However, 2 seconds later, she found that everyone on the field was looking at her. "Are you talking about me? I'm your sister?" "Your sister? How can I be your sister?" Thea's imagination ran wild. Could it be that she was also the ninja master's daughter? Her mother couldn't have made friends in Nanderbart, right? Although according to the results of social network research, her mother didn't need 6 people to contact the ninja master, but they were too far away from each other. Thea knew that she had misunderstood. She looked at her appearance. She was about the same age as her sister, and her hair was also brown. Nisha liked to wear red and black clothes, and coincidentally, her battle suit was also red. More importantly, she knew the martial arts of the Assassin League. The ninja master and his good son-in-law Batman had a lot in common. They didn't care about women. The only woman in the league was probably his daughter. The future Sarah Lance also got in with Nisha's help. Thinking of Nisha, Thea said, "I'm not Nisha." However, she regretted it immediately. How could an outsider know this name? As expected, Talia smiled faintly. "Father didn't come out with you, right? Is this your trial? He sent you to catch a traitor like me. Father is still as heartless as ever." When Sia heard this, she broke down even more. "Yes, you are really too smart. I am actually speechless. Nissa has indeed gone for a trial, and the timeline coincidentally matches up. But why did she come to Brother Tan? She went to Purgatory Island, Big Sister." Chapter 106. When the truth was revealed, not only did she feel devastated, even the hero faction was affected. Uncle Bruce, who was known as the man with the highest IQ, was monitoring the battle from afar. He was prepared to watch his two women fight, but he did not expect things to turn out this way. "Thea, are you really?" Although Bruce had stayed in Nandarbat for a long time, he had never seen Nissa in person. He only knew that she existed, but he was very clear about the rules of the alliance, so he could also think of Talia's suspicions. At the same time, with his high IQ, he found clues from their names. Thea and Talia's names were very similar. In less than 5 seconds, he had already verified that the two of them were related by name, clan, and bloodline. There was a 90% chance that the two of them were related. That was why it was not good to read too many books. Thinking too much. Of course, Thea would not admit it. They were not related to each other in the first place. Ninja Master was also a famous bad boss. What did she have to do with him? "We are not related, trust me." Her tone did not dispel Batman's suspicions. Old Master Bruce did not know how to react when his promising junior suddenly became his sister-in-law. He could only say that the world was so small. In fact, if Thea took off her hood and saw her face, Talia would know that she had guessed wrongly. Ninja Master had an Arabian face, but Thea's ancestors were all Caucasian. As long as one was not blind, they would be able to tell the difference. However, revealing her face was not in line with her principle of keeping a low profile. With her strength, she did not dare to be targeted by the perverts of Gotham. Since she misunderstood, then she would continue to misunderstand. Thea ignored the strange gazes around her and slowly walked out of the crowd. Talia thought that she was going to accept the challenge, so she also walked forward slowly. The two of them stopped when they were 10 steps away from each other. "Let's fight using the Alliance's rules. If I lose, I'll take my men away. If you lose, the same goes for you," Talia suggested. She then waved her hand, and many men in black appeared around them. They were all wearing leather jackets and carrying bows. Thea didn't know if these were the elites she took with her when she betrayed the Alliance, or if they were recently trained. She sized them up and estimated that there were about 100 of them. If all of them were as strong as Yao Fei, they would be able to affect the balance of the battlefield. "That's a good idea. Thea, agree with her." Batman, who was watching the battle from afar, couldn't wait for his woman to leave as soon as possible. He didn't want her to cause any more trouble in this lifetime. "All right." Thea had the same idea. The two of them took off their bows at the same time and gently placed them on the ground. They looked at each other and drew their weapons. They each held their weapons and made a mysterious gesture. According to the Alliance's rules, this was a greeting to the ancient gods. Therefore, even though the Ninja Master was now rotten to the core, he was still a very traditional person who abided by the rules. The disciples he taught all knew this set of etiquette. Malcolm, who had been his adjutant for a period of time, was naturally familiar with this set of movements. For some reason, Old Ma taught Thea everything without thinking. This caused a certain misunderstanding. The Assassin's Alliance had a strict hierarchy, and the movements of each level were actually slightly different. Coincidentally, Old Ma used to be an adjutant, and he taught the movements of an adjutant. Talia had been the Master's adjutant for a long time, and before she betrayed the Alliance, she was also an adjutant. Old Ma could even be said to be her successor. This caused the movements of the two women to be exactly the same. The audience on the field could only see that the movements were elegant and simple. But looking at Thea's skillful movements, Batman, who was one of the 3 people on the field who knew this set of movements, couldn't help but ask through the headset, "Thea, are you a member of the Alliance?" She wanted to say that she wasn't from the Alliance, she was from the Horde. But at this time, Thea was fully focused on watching Talia's footsteps. She didn't have the time to explain. She said in a low voice, "No." But her words still caused a slight flaw. Talia waved the wolf fang in her hand and slashed at her neck. How could Thea be hit by such a simple slash? She held her sword with both hands and raised it up, blocking Talia's slash. Then she kicked Talia's stomach. As a teacher who trained Yao Fei and would train Green Arrow in the future, Talia was very experienced. She leaned to the side and dodged the kick. Then she changed her slash to a slice. Following the blade of Thea's sword, she slashed at her finger. Thea flicked her wrist and used the stabbing technique of Spanish fencing to attack Talia's middle. Not bad at close combat. Better than your archery skills. Talia immediately changed her move. Talia blocked the attack with her sword in front of her chest. My archery skills are the worst. You underestimated me. Thea continued to stab, slash, hack, and slash, trying to continue to gain the upper hand. Not bad at all. Talia had indeed underestimated Thea. She only felt that she had the upper hand in the last archery competition. Now that she was facing her younger sister, who was much younger than her, she underestimated her opponent. But no matter if it was the eldest daughter or the opposing faction, she couldn't lose. She also used speed to gain the upper hand. In the distance, Batman knew that his sudden interruption disrupted Thea's pace. He regretted it very much. Now that he saw her gradually equalizing the disadvantage, he felt a little better. Now that the two women were fighting, he also didn't want to see any casualties. He hated himself for being powerless. Previously, he could ask Thea to take care of Catwoman. But in the end, they didn't fight. The main character didn't fight, but the helper fought. This really made him speechless. He wanted to wear the batsuit and go to the scene to help, but seeing that he was still on crutches, he didn't want to send himself to death. It would be embarrassing if he was knocked to the ground by a small soldier in the melee. He wanted to give advice from a distance, but he found that the two women were very fast. It was almost like they were competing with each other. They knew their own moves. There was no need for him to give advice. It was too late. He was very anxious. Who should he ask to be the insurance? His two apprentices were watching attentively. The two women were stronger than them. His apprentices were still a little behind. He couldn't count on them. The only one in the field who was close to him in terms of strength was his old flame Catwoman. Selina, pay attention to their fight. If there's any danger, stop them. Bruce knew that Catwoman would understand his intentions as soon as he said this. He was helpless to let one lover protect another. Sure enough, Catwoman understood what he meant. She was jealous. She snorted heavily to show that she heard him. After that, she didn't say anything else. The fight between the two women in the field had reached a climax. Thea was slashed on her left shoulder by Talia, and Talia was punched in the face by her. Blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. The two women entered a stalemate again. They took 3 steps away from each other and took the opportunity to recover their strength. At the same time, they kept moving around the center of the field, trying to find each other's weaknesses. Chapter 107. Their fight this time was different from the previous archery contest. Last time, it was just a casual exchange. At that time, Talia was worried about being ambushed by a ninja master, and Thea didn't want to fight her, so both of them were very restrained. This time, it was different. Talia felt that her sister was valued by her father, and she couldn't get rid of the anger in her heart. Forget about Catwoman. She even forgot about her own son and husband, Batman. She just wanted to prove that she wasn't worse than her sister. At first, Thea was forced to do something beyond her ability, but she was strangely dragged out to take the bullet for Catwoman. She felt that this was Gotham's first injustice. Plus, she was worried about Batman's woman and Green Arrow's future teacher. But after a few dangerous situations, she threw away her worries. Who's afraid of who? There was nothing wrong with Catwoman being paired with Batty, and she could teach Green Arrow herself. There was nothing to be proud of. There was only one word to describe it, and that was fighting head-on. The two of them rested for less than half a minute, and then they continued to fight. Both sides were confused. Didn't they agree that this was Gotham's internal conflict? What was the meaning of these two outsiders coming here to fight to the death? They didn't dare to say anything as they watched the fight in full swing, and could only watch silently. Talia had spread the news all over the world, and everyone knew that she came thousands of miles away to find her husband with her child. Now that they saw her and Thea fighting fiercely, they couldn't help but think of something. I heard that she's here to fight for her husband? One of the Penguin's subordinates said to the people around him. I heard that the one fighting her is her sister. One of the Court of Owls, who claimed to be well-informed, pointed with his sharp claws. Why is this sister fighting so fiercely? One of the Gotham Police Station's 5th Division's 12th Operation Team asked. You still don't understand? It's obvious that the two sisters are fighting over something. I can't go into too much detail. One of the veterans, who claimed to be very experienced, told the people around him a story that couldn't be told. Both sides had nothing to do, so they could only kill time by gossiping. The story became more and more bizarre, and after a lot of artistic embellishments, it now seemed quite plausible. As for Catwoman, one of the protagonists of the original story, she had long been forgotten by the masses. Therefore, when the final version of the story finally reached Catwoman's ears through her little friend, Miss Firefly, she was dumbfounded. The story had evolved into a very melodramatic one. Talia's younger sister had admired Batman since she was a child. When she grew up, she came out to seek true love. When her biological sister found out about it, she resolutely opposed it, which led to the war in Gotham. This news was leaked by one of Talia's subordinates who had followed him for many years. The authenticity of the news was very high, and after being deeply processed by the masses, it became like this. As for Catwoman, Talia didn't value Catwoman at all, and her subordinates didn't even know that there was such a person, so there was nothing to do with Catwoman in this story. Catwoman, who was brilliantly ignored, didn't know what expression to make. Her eyelids drooped, and she felt the gazes around her. She could only think, you guys can just ignore me, I'll steal everything from your house later. She didn't know that not only did she take the bullet, but she also took the blame. Thea and Talia's duel had entered the final stage. Talia had the advantage in terms of experience. Both of them were taught by their fathers, but when compared to a ninja master, the difference was obvious. Although Thea had been trained by Madame Shiva for a while in the later stages, her experience was still not as good as Talia's. Thea had the advantage in terms of physical strength. She was just 16 years old, while Talia was already in her 30s. She had also given birth, so her body had already passed its golden age. Don't believe what the experts said about not harming the body when they said that giving birth was not harmful. That was all nonsense. No heroine had ever become stronger the more she gave birth. Thea tilted her head to avoid the oncoming blade. She turned in the opposite direction with the force of turning her head, and swung her sword towards Talia's waist with her left hand. Talia was a little tired from her previous moves, so she couldn't stop in time. She could only bend her knees and fold her upper body in half to form an iron bridge to avoid the extremely fast sword. Thea didn't let her off. Before she could get up, her right hand caught up with her left hand. She exerted force with both hands, and the horizontal slash turned into a downward slash. Talia didn't have time to get up, so she could only roll half a circle and use her legs to clamp Thea's legs, trying to bring her down as well. Thea saw through her intentions and knew that she couldn't fall into her rhythm. She exerted force with both legs, and her left leg moved forward while her right leg moved horizontally, forming a T-step. This wasn't the technique of a ninja master. This was the Kalaripayat, an ancient Indian martial art taught by Ms. Shiva, who claimed to be Han Chinese but actually had some Indian ancestry. It was a type of ancient Indian martial art that incorporated many sacrificial and dance movements. This set of martial arts was just so for Sia. She always felt that punches to the flesh were the way to go. She had never been interested in this kind of fighting style that looked more like a dance than a martial art. But today, she suddenly used it and it really worked. A ninja master might know this martial art, but Talia really didn't. When she exerted force with both legs, she realized that her opponent wasn't moving at all. She knew that she was in trouble. Sure enough, Thea saw this heaven-sent opportunity. She swung her right hand in a half circle and slashed at Talia's neck. Talia was still on the ground, so there was no way for her to dodge. She was upset at the thought of being defeated by her sister, who was half her age. Was it really meaningless for her to train so hard? Was her talent really that bad? Unwilling to admit defeat, he also used the knife to stab Sia's heart from the bottom up. Selena, hurry. Uncle Bat was so anxious that he almost jumped out of the monitor. The two exchanged blows so quickly that it was too late for them to react. Catwoman took out a throwing knife that she had prepared beforehand to save the day. Of course, Thea wouldn't die together with her. She was already prepared for a counterattack. When she saw Catwoman's knife coming at her, she pulled out a dagger that she had never used in this battle. With a clang, she parried Catwoman's long knife. She placed the sword in her right hand on Talia's neck and said calmly, "You lost." "Thea, don't." Batman was the only one who could plead in her ear. Gordon wanted to say something, but he forced himself to hold it back. "Kill me for your trial." Talia threw the knife to the ground calmly. She didn't get up and sat on the ground, ready to die. "Trial my asteriscus." Thea had already won. She wanted to complain again. "Will you drop equipment if I kill you? Will I get an achievement?" Besides, Batman wouldn't let her do it. However, it wasn't right for her to stop now. This was a sacred thing for the Assassin's League. Didn't you see Talia's 100 or so lackeys watching in silence? None of them had the intention to save their boss. Batman, who knew the rules, was also in a dilemma. Hastily interrupting was equivalent to insulting both of them at the same time. So, he could only watch the result silently. Thea was stunned for 5 seconds. "Damn it, why isn't anyone giving me a way out?" Just as she was thinking about how to end the fight, someone who didn't know the rules and thought that he was the boss jumped out. 3 sharp blades that looked like grinding wheels spun and flew at her. Chapter 108. Thea couldn't help but want to give this ignorant and fearless guy a thumbs up. The ninja master was most particular about rules. Or rather, he had lived for more than 800 years and had lost most of his humanity, leaving only this little bit of spiritual sustenance. Facing the rapidly spinning blades, Thea wasn't afraid at all. She dodged one, slashed another with her long sword, and cut the last one in half by Talia, who got up from the ground. Looking at the angry Talia, Thea only felt that the Assassin League's rules were quite interesting. She didn't blame herself for wanting to kill her, but she hated someone for helping her. She was really strong. Since the duel was interrupted, naturally, it couldn't continue. Thea decided to put on a show. "Who interrupted us?" she shouted. Talia also looked at her own team with a sword in her hand, trying to find the guy who interrupted her sacred ceremony. The two of them didn't see who interfered, but there were more than 100 of Talia's followers who had good eyesight. They communicated with each other and instantly, more than 100 arrows were pointed at the short, weird-looking penguin man. Speaking of which, the Ninja Master syllabus was written in an unknown way. It was called the Assassin League, but other than Batman, who transferred early on, the rest of the students were all archers. Black arrow, green arrow, and red arrow. It was really speechless. At this time, the penguin man who was targeted by so many archers was a little dumbfounded. He had been thinking about how to stab his companions more efficiently all his life. Today, he finally did something good. Seeing that Talia was about to die, he shot 3 throwing knives with his umbrella. However, he guessed correctly at the beginning but not the ending. With more than 100 arrows pointing at him, it definitely didn't feel good. The pig-faced man beside him subconsciously moved a few steps to the side. "You interrupted the sacred duel of the Assassin League. According to the ancient law, I want to kill you. Come out and duel with me. If you win, you live. If you lose, you die." Thea said these words firmly. She repeated them twice in English and ancient Arabic. She raised the sword in her hand and pointed at the penguin man from afar. "If you win, you live. If you lose, you die." Talia's underlings around him were excited as if they were celebrating a festival. A few of them even pointed their swords at the sky to exert psychological pressure on the penguin. Talia was not at all displeased that her underling had gone to support the enemy from 1 minute ago. The belief of following the rules had long been ingrained in her bones. She did not feel like the one being saved at all. She also drew her sword and pointed at the penguin man. "Come out. You must die." The people on Gordon's side were a little confused by this matter. Looking at Thea's stance, she was trying to cause internal strife. What a genius! Batman understood these rules. Seeing that the people on his side had nothing to do, he told them about the life of the Ninja Master as if he was telling a story. He also talked about the various good and bad rules in the Alliance, which made the listeners a little dumbfounded. There was actually someone in this world who had lived for 800 years. Thea did not know that her clear past had been wrapped up by Uncle Bat using the mysterious atmosphere of the Alliance, making it seem blurred. "Is there Some kind of misunderstanding? The Penguin Man saw that the crowd around him had automatically emptied out. He did not dare to fight with Thea. The two women had fought for half an hour, and the flashes of their swords were frightening. He had relied on schemes to get to where he was, not fighting. Plus, he was a cripple. How could he win? The will of the Alliance is not to be questioned. You insulted the sacred duel, which is the same as insulting the ninja master. Thea felt that her acting skills must have improved a lot. Did she have anything to do with the ninja master? She was just using the tiger's skin as a flag. Sure enough, when she mentioned the ninja master, Talia's underlings roared to help her. At this moment, the Penguin Man really wanted to faint, or someone to shoot him. As the former underground emperor of Gotham, although he had never met the ninja master, he still knew about the ninja master. He only felt that the ninja master was a legendary figure. Did I insult him? No, I really wanted to help. Okay, if you don't want to come out, then I'll just do it. Thea knew when to stop. It was fine to use the tiger's skin for a while, but if she used it for too long, it would attract the tiger's attention. Her relationship with Old Ma could not be exposed, and Talia was also a defector. It was hard to say who the ninja master's first target would be. She took out a frost arrow and aimed it at the Penguin Man. This time, she could use the Alliance's ancient tradition to kill this guy. Batman knew the rules, so it was fine if he saw it. After all, it was the ninja master's fault. She wondered if this guy's nickname was Penguin Man because his resistance to cold was so strong. Freezing Man could be exempted, so could he? Thea was ready to show them the power of science. Whoosh, an arrow was shot. The Penguin Man was pointed at by more than 100 arrows. It had to be said that he was a famous person and had some decisiveness. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he was afraid of causing a scene of hundreds of arrows. Therefore, when faced with Thea's arrow, he hesitated for a moment and decided to take it head-on. He hoped that he would not die. In order to leave a good name for the righteous side, Thea did not aim at his vitals. Instead, she aimed at the Penguin Man's lame leg. Puff! The moment the arrow entered his leg, the Penguin Man felt the surrounding temperature drop. He knew that he had been tricked. Wasn't it supposed to be a normal arrow? These were the last words that appeared in his mind. However, when the words reached his mouth, his lips were too weak to speak. Tiske, what Penguin Man? Sia pursed her lips. This is all fake. He bragged so viciously and fiercely. In less than 2 seconds, his legs were already covered in frost. The speed of the frost was extremely fast. I believe that in less than 10 seconds, he would be able to go into the ice and pretend to be the Wumo King. Just as Thea was thinking about how the Penguin Man was dead, his subordinates would scatter in all directions. She would stabilize Talia and leave the rest of the soldiers to Gordon and the others. No matter how many reinforcements there were, they would not be afraid. This time, they had won completely. However, an angry roar broke her train of thought. A tall and muscular figure jumped down from a building not far away. In less than 5 seconds, he covered a distance of 100 meters. The person reached out his thick arms and ignored the gradually solidifying ice. He grabbed the Penguin Man's neck and pulled him up from the ground as if he was pulling out a carrot. His left hand pulled out the arrow from the Penguin Man's leg. He looked at the Penguin Man's pale face, grabbed his lame leg, and slammed it back and forth on the ground a dozen times like a dead dog. The ice on the Penguin Man's body was shattered. He lifted the Penguin Man up and looked at the result. With a sinister smile, he handed the Penguin Man to the Penguin Man beside him. Bane. Batman looked at the familiar figure on the monitor and said hatefully. Sia also saw this guy who had suddenly appeared. She had expected this. After all, Talia was here, so Bane wouldn't be far away. It was just that this guy had ruined her plan, which was a little annoying. Today, Bane came fully armed. His muscular body was at least 2 meters tall. He was bare-chested and carried his iconic green canister on his back. From time to time, liquid would enter his mouth through a tube that was covered by a mask. He said in a muffled voice, Talia, this is not what we agreed on. Chapter 109. Talia sneered. I don't need to explain to you what I'm doing. Bane, with his huge head, looked at her without backing down. Now is not the time. The two of them exchanged glances in the air. In the end, Talia waved her hand and the hundreds of men in black put down their bows. I won't be participating in today's battle. You can have fun. Talia blew Thea a kiss and left with her men. Do you want to suffer the wrath of the Alliance? Sia glared at Bane fiercely. It had to be said that she was a little too immersed in the role. She had perfectly imitated the vengeful spirit of a ninja master. To be honest, Bane didn't dare to provoke the master. Even many villains who were so bad that they were fuming with smoke would keep a respectful distance from the master, who had no magic and no technological equipment. You don't know how many trump cards he has prepared in the past 800 years. As a junior, Bane doesn't dare to confront him face to face. But he couldn't back down in front of so many people. Talia, who could have split the firepower, ran away first, but she fought for a long time, so it was barely acceptable. If he ran away without fighting, it would be too embarrassing. He had taken so much money from the Court of Owls, so he had to deal with it. I have no intention to be the master's enemy. I also respect the rules of the Alliance, but this guy can't die today. Bane's words could be described as groveling. He had never been so cowardly since he became famous. He secretly hated the Penguin Man. Why did you interfere and cause trouble? If Thea was still the same as before, she would have stepped down. She didn't want to fight with Bane. This guy had a big head and a thick neck. He looked like a warrior boss with infinite strength. It was too easy for him to deal with an agility type like her. But the ninja master's tiger skin could scare Bane, but at the same time, it was a double-edged sword. It also limited her. If she said, "Okay, then let's go home," that wouldn't be in line with her previous image. Anyone could see the problem. This role-playing game had to continue. Thea said gloomily, "Then you can try." After saying that, he used his fastest speed to draw an arrow. He didn't use his eyes to aim, but instead used his powerful perception to shoot an arrow at the unconscious penguin. Bane had also been paying attention to prevent her from attacking, but he had never seen Thea shoot an arrow. He had only heard from Talia that she was not as good as her. Now that he was facing Thea's highest-level arrow, he had underestimated her. It was too late for him to run over. Penguin was the one with the most underlings present. The Owl Court had paid him a large sum of money so that he wouldn't die here today, so Bane had no choice but to give it his all. The green canister behind him boiled violently, and a large amount of venom flowed into Bane's body through the pipe. His arm visibly thickened. He grabbed a gang member beside him and threw the arrow at Thea. If the trajectory of Thea's arrow could still be vaguely seen, the human sandbag that Bane threw later had exceeded the retina's reception limit. The unlucky guy took Thea's arrow head-on and was killed before he could even make a sound. That's so fierce. The people present might only think that it was powerful, but Thea, who was close to the limit of human physical strength, knew the huge gap between them all too well. Her arrow's speed was about 300 feet per second, which was 90 meters. If the arrow kept moving at a constant speed, it would be 300 kilometers per hour. However, Bane's hasty throw was estimated to be more than 500 kilometers per hour. If the weight of the arrow and the air resistance were taken into account, the value would be even higher. It was true that strength created miracles. The ancients didn't lie. This person could only be defeated with wisdom, not brute force. Thea was momentarily stunned by this guy's shocking move. Bane's hasty use of the venom to strengthen himself was actually not a good thing. Now that the venom was attacking his brain, he threw away his worries about the Alliance and glared at Thea fiercely. This is indeed the Alliance's style. A bunch of scumbags who only know how to sneak attack. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Thea had more than 500 underlings with her, so how could she fight him one-on-one? She would spare his life this time, but next time, she would bring a skateboard and beat him up. Layla, are your snipers ready? Let's shoot him twice first. I want to see how strong his defense is. Thea's so-called 2 shots was just an adjective. The Heaven's Eye Society's agents understood perfectly. The snipers from 3 directions fired 5 shots without stopping. Bang, bang. Bane was very experienced. Perhaps because he was not very agile, he had no intention of dodging at all. He covered his face and heart with his hands and took 15 bullets head-on. The bullets were enough to penetrate a 4 mm thick steel plate from 1,200 meters away. However, such an impressive result was ineffective against Bane's strong body. The bullets were stuck in the muscle layer, and the ones at bad angles only scratched Bane's skin a little. With his strong self-healing ability, bullets were constantly squeezed out of his muscles and fell to the ground. No matter how confident Thea was, she did not think that her bow and arrow could be stronger than a sniper rifle. As for using her sword to fight, it was not within her plan at all. This guy was destined to be dealt with by her master. She would rather be a bystander. However, if she wanted to dodge, she would have to ask Bane for permission. He wanted to scold Thea for not following the rules of the martial arts world. What happened to the cold weapons competition? She looked cool when she squeezed out bullets, but in fact, how could the bullets not hurt when they hit the body? Although the venom accelerated the healing of the body, it did not come without a price. The venom would constantly corrode his brain. Every time he used it, he would need to recover for a long time to keep his mind clear. He did not want to waste time talking nonsense. With the intention to end the battle quickly, he ran towards Thea like a bull. "You've got your eyes set on me, haven't you?" Thea's temper rose. "I just don't want to hit you, not that I'm afraid of you. I'll let you see the advanced martial arts concepts of the East. I'll let you know what it means to use softness to conquer strength. I'll let you know what it means to use softness to conquer strength." With a whoosh, the two arrows flew out and hit the ground one step in front of Bane's feet. A white substance called spider silk, which was actually a chemical product, instantly filled Bane's vision. What the hell is this? He subconsciously wanted to push the thing in front of him away, but when his hand touched the spider silk, he found that it was stuck. 2 tons of strength erupted in an instant, wanting to tear the thing apart. But his move was already predicted by Thea. Because of his strong pull, the remaining spider silk was pulled away by him and stuck to his head and face. As he continued to struggle, his skin became more and more glued. One must know that he jumped out bare-chested. In less than 10 seconds, his original appearance could not be seen. From afar, he looked like a big white cocoon. Don't be in a daze, quickly organize the attack. Thea felt that her companions might have been too busy watching the show and had already forgotten what they were here for, so she kindly reminded them. Chapter 110. Before they could react, Thea swung her sword with her right hand and pointed it at the sky. "For the glory of the Alliance." No, the words quickly changed to, "For the freedom of Gotham." When the first gunshot rang out on the battlefield, she had already found cover and rested in a corner. It couldn't be helped. After fighting for half an hour, Talia wasn't easy to deal with. Not only was she exhausted, but she was also injured. She looked at her wounds. They were all superficial wounds. Her clothes looked good, but they had almost zero defense. Next time, she would have to get a set of high-density Kevlar from Batman. She ignored the battle in front of her, jumped over the crowd, and went to the back to rehydrate and bandage her wounds. What? Sisters fighting over a husband? She had just taken 2 sips of water when she was shocked by the news that Felicity whispered to her. What kind of logic was this? What happened to not spreading rumors? There were more than 500 people here, and that was enough to sentence her. When she found out that the final version of the story had been spread among the people on the battlefield, she did not know what expression to make. You Gotham people have too much time on your hands. That's why your imagination is so wild. She squinted her eyes and looked at the battlefield. Her first thought was to silence them. Did she have any weapons that could kill all of them? That would be difficult. Half of her pride from trapping Bane disappeared. She had taken the bullet and taken the blame at the same time. Batman, Catwoman, why don't you guys explain yourselves? She was depressed and could not be bothered to fight. From afar, she watched Catwoman take on the pig-faced man, and Barbara and Robin take on the 2 Talons with their swords. Catwoman was not sure if she was depressed or relaxed. She was supposed to be the female lead, but now she had no scenes left. She was depressed. Her stick was aimed at the pig-faced man's head. The enemy's head was already larger than a normal person's, but now it looked even bigger. Was she planning to beat him until he became an idiot? Barbara and her husband worked well together. The 2 Talons were top killers trained by the Owl Court since they were young. They were not weak either. It was hard to tell who would win in a 2 versus 2 situation. Thea, I know you need to recover your strength, but you won't be able to trap Bane for long. Bruce, who was monitoring the situation from afar, was very concerned about the enemy who had broken his back. Oh. Thea nodded in understanding. Her eyelids drooped as she looked at the large cocoon in the distance. Bruce was right. At first, Bane was not really trapped in the web. He had fainted because he had absorbed too much of the chemical substance from the spider silk. Now, with his amazing resistance to poison, he had gradually regained consciousness and was struggling with all his might. Counting the arrows on his body, he originally had 5 frost arrows. Killer Crocodile used 2, and the penguin just now wasted 1. It seemed that he would have to use another one today. The distance was a little far, so he could only use projectile. Fortunately, the power of the frost arrow was not reflected in the arrow. It did not matter if it hit the target or not, as long as it was within range. He pointed his bow at the sky and shot another frost arrow in Bane's direction. This time, there was no big head and thick neck to disturb the situation. The effect of the frost arrow was good. In just 10 seconds, Bane, who was about to break free, was frozen solid again. You have the ability to freeze too? Miss Firefly, who also did not fight in the front, looked at Thea with a strange tone. What's the meaning of your eagerness to try? You have such a big opinion of the Frost team. If you see the Frost team in the future, what kind of expression will you make? Of course, Thea could not say that Miss Firefly's condition was too serious. Medicine could not suppress it, so she had to prepare for physical therapy next time. She said embarrassedly, "It's not my ability, it's the power of the arrowhead. And there's only 1 arrowhead left." That's a good move. Is it liquid nitrogen or liquid ammonia? In the distance, Batman saw her arrowhead for the first time. The cobweb arrow just now was already very impressive, but now the effect was even better. Knowing that she could not hide it, Thea and Bruce chatted for a while. The two did not talk about the core technology, and only discussed the theory. I say, stop chatting. Help us out first. Barbara Robin was a little tired facing 2 well-trained claws. Listening to them talk about all kinds of messy elements, she was getting more and more annoyed. Okay, I'm coming. Thea was not so easy to talk to because she wanted to flatter Barbara. After all, she first came to Gotham to rob the rich. Now, who in Gotham was richer than the Court of Owls? The accumulation of dozens of families for more than 200 years. However, this matter could not be done in public. It required some secret methods. She took out a special arrowhead. This arrowhead was installed with a nanoscale tracker. It was stolen from Ray Palmer's company by one of Old Ma's men. Old Ma thought it was useless and gave it to Thea. Even Felicity did not know about the arrowhead's creation. The Court of Owls was rich, but they hid it well. In order to find this group of fat sheep, Thea decided to use the tracker on the 2 claws. She aimed at one of the claws that was less agile. Robin's baton hit him, and he could only dodge to the side and look for an opportunity to counterattack. Thea kept moving in the crowd and saw this flaw. Without hesitation, she pulled out an arrow and shot. Her archery skills were not as good against Bane and Talia because one of them was strong and the other was agile. However, it was just right to deal with these people whose strength was between 2nd tier and 1st tier. The arrow hit him squarely in the stomach. Ouch! Even though the claws were brainwashed and did not have any sense of right or wrong, they could still feel pain. Knowing that he was ambushed, he waved the sword in his hand like a windmill and forced Robin to back off. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the arrow from his stomach. He looked around for the person who ambushed him. At this time, Thea retreated back into the crowd. She turned on the switch on her glasses and confirmed that the nanoscale tracker had entered his body and attached to his organs. She nodded with satisfaction and turned off the tracker. Now was not the time. Sia, our spies have reported that the major crime families in the city are gathering their forces and rushing towards us. Lara, who had always been quiet, reported the bad news at this time. How far are we? Less than 2 blocks. Was this premeditated, or did the Court of Owls do this on the spur of the moment? Thea felt that it was the latter. Talia's departure had dealt a heavy blow to the balance of power between the 2 sides. This was probably something they did not expect. If they were attacked from the front and the back, they would definitely lose. Thea observed the strength of the people in the battlefield. "Selena, come back quickly." Catwoman heard the order and quickly sent the pig-faced man away. "What's the matter?" Thea handed her an arrow. "You've seen it before. It's my magnetic arrow. I need you to insert it behind the enemy. It's best if you can cover the enemy within a range of 50 meters. Chapter 111. Sir, order your men to wait for the signal. Once the enemy is out of weapons, we will charge in and take them out. The field was too big for Thea to shoot that far, so she could only ask the parkour expert Catwoman to do the job. Thea, the thermal imaging shows that the enhanced man is coming out. Felicity, who had been staring at the monitor, also brought bad news. Robin, go prepare the wavelength transmitter. Thea fired a barrage of arrows to force Talon back. She then covered Barbara and herself as they retreated back to the main force. Regardless of whether they retreated or counterattacked, it was always a good idea to regroup. Catwoman, who was as agile as a human could be, ran from high to low. She weaved through the crowd and buildings. She had an excellent sense of direction, and after a few turns, she arrived at the back of the main force. She then used the dart technique to insert the arrows into the ground behind the battlefield. "It's done," Catwoman said to Thea behind her. "Find a place with thick walls and hide." Thea estimated the time and pressed the switch on the bow. Just like yesterday, a low humming sound was heard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many of the Arkham bandits were shaken by the loud noise, and they didn't even notice that their weapons were gone. "Attack!" Director Gordon couldn't wait to blow the bugle and raise the star-spangled banner high. The old man took the lead and rushed up with his pistol. His men saw how reckless the director was and how the enemy had lost their weapons. What was there to be afraid of? They charged forward like they were on steroids. The ratio of casualties on the battlefield instantly increased. The unarmed bandits faced the armed police. It was like the Native Americans facing the colonists. Even though their hearts were filled with hatred, they still fell to the ground unwillingly. Although Chief Gordon couldn't bear it, he knew that the enemy's reinforcements were coming. Having been on the battlefield, he knew his priorities and didn't mention anything about the Miranda Clause at all. His subordinates were also in a killing frenzy and had long forgotten that they were police officers and not soldiers. In later history, this day would be known as the Gotham Massacre. Countless humanitarian defenders sat in air-conditioned rooms and expressed their dissatisfaction with the massacre caused by the Gotham Police Department. Of course, this was a story for later. At this moment, not knowing that they were in the middle of a historical event, the police officers were rather restrained, but the hot-blooded citizens and veterans were overjoyed. They could no longer control the violence in their hearts, and they held their submachine guns and fired at the empty-handed criminals. In less than a minute, the dark ground of Arkham Square was dyed red by the blood of sin. Both the elite scarecrows and the loyal penguins fell to the ground in droves. To be honest, Batman didn't feel good when he saw this scene, but he also knew that he couldn't stop it. This was war. Either the good guys would be sacrificed, or the bad guys would be wiped out. It was impossible to knock everyone out and take them away. Thea and Gordon's decision wasn't wrong. Thea, on the other hand, didn't feel guilty. These were all bad guys, so if you locked them up, they wouldn't do anything bad. She noticed that some of the veterans were losing control, so she walked over to Lara and whispered, "The enhancers are about to attack from the west. You should lead them there and hold off the first wave of attacks." Both of them knew who she was referring to. The mastermind behind the scenes started to panic. Seeing that his men were being slaughtered like never before, the enhancers that he controlled did not leave through the door. Instead, he used explosives to open up a path, and over 200 enhancers charged out. The ones facing the strong enemy were the veterans. They were purposely led to the side by Lara's agents in disguise, and they were just in time to face the strongest wave of attacks since the beginning of the war. Thea didn't immediately order for the sonic weapons to be used. Instead, she watched coldly. On one hand, she wanted to reduce the number of uncontrollable factors, and on the other hand, she wanted the enhancers to enter the attack range. As the veterans continued to die, until there were no more enhancers coming out of the asylum, she nodded to Robin. This time, the sound wave was different from Xia's magnetic arrow. Her magnetic arrow was purely collateral damage. Master Bat's infrasound was the real deal. Before anyone on the battlefield could notice anything, the 200-plus enhancers had already started to stagger. The effect is not bad. Thea gestured to Director Gordon. Let's continue. Can these people still be saved? The old director was still trying to salvage the situation, but Thea shook her head. The genetic transformation is irreversible. They are no longer the original citizens, Director. The old director, who was known as the Executioner Gordon, in the years to come, had nothing to lose. What difference did it make if they killed 300 or 500 people? With a wave of his hand, everyone started to focus fire on the new targets. It had to be said that the effects of the biochemical experiment were obvious. These people were much stronger than the dead bandits on the ground. Many of them could still run forward after being shot 4 or 5 times. But as more and more people fell to the ground, the remaining few with thick skin had to face the barrage of 5 or 6 guns at the same time. They were bleeding profusely, and the sonic weapons were still emitting infrasound waves, which increased the casualties of the enhancers. Bang! An earth-shattering sound pulled Thea's gaze to the east. Bane, who was frozen by her, had made countless cracks in the ice. Half of his strong arm was already stretched out. The loud sound was the result of his all-out attack. This was the first time Thea saw someone who could defrost himself. Although this method was a little violent, this guy's strength was indeed beyond scientific calculation. This was too exaggerated. Did she have any other way? Thea, get out of the way. He has lost his mind. Batman knew this enemy well and quickly reminded them. Yes, breaking the ice from the inside. How strong was that? At this time, Bane's eyes were bloodshot. He broke the ice on his body with a few punches and kicks. The muscles on his upper body were bulging like a small mountain. The venom on his back had decreased by 1/5, and there was still a lot of it being delivered to his lips from the can. This guy had gone berserk because of her. Thea thought this was the most reasonable explanation. Whoever went up now would die. The military helicopters that were originally prepared to deal with the crime families had no choice but to participate in the battle ahead of time. She turned to Lara and said, "Shoot him with your helicopter cannons and see if you can lure him away. If he leaves the crowd, use the missiles." She raised her hand and made a cutting motion. What about Batman's fated battle? She really didn't think that much. Besides, looking at this berserk guy, Master Bruce should just go to sleep. You can't beat him, so I'll help you take care of him first. The military helicopters were very fast. They quickly drove over from their previous hiding spot and rained bullets on the big fool on the ground who was emitting green gas. At this time, Bane could be considered as Super Bane. After the brain was stimulated by the venom, his body's potential was fully activated. He was immune to the bullets to a certain extent. He grabbed the things around him and threw them into the air. When the military helicopters saw that they had successfully lured Bane, they began to shoot a few times and flew a distance away, trying to lure Bane away. Chapter 112. Actually, it would be best to drag Bane along with the criminal families and let them fight each other. However, no one was stupid. These families with deep roots had ground-to-air missiles, and the pilots did not dare to get close. The American military was too lazy due to the liberal democratic ideology preached by their politicians. It was very ironic. They were willing to fight battles that were favorable to them. As long as there was a little danger, they would immediately revolt. It was not uncommon for soldiers to fight against generals. Thea could not guarantee that her orders across the 8 Paths Bay would be carried out without any reservations. Just as she was about to retreat, Barbara ran over with a red face. "Why are we retreating?" Yes, it was hard to say how many people they had today. A conservative estimate was that they had killed at least 1/3 of Gotham's criminals, and it was a permanent elimination. With so many people, it would take at least 2 years to capture them according to Batman's habits. At this time, Barbara was holding a person in her hand. "Look who I caught." "Scarecrow." "Ha." At this time, the former Gotham professor had already fainted. There was a bloody hole in his left shoulder that was bleeding. Seeing that he was not missing an arm or a leg, Thea was a little disappointed. It was not appropriate to kill him after catching him. As for Barbara's question, seeing how happy she was, Thea did not want to dampen her enthusiasm. She could only say softly, "We don't have much ammo left." Barbara's face instantly turned pale. Without ammo, wouldn't they be the same as those people who were slaughtered just now? She turned to look at her father. After receiving confirmation, she quickly asked Thea, who had leveled up into a resourceful star. "What should we do? Don't worry, this place is so big. I've already asked Catwoman to scout ahead. She knows the place well. We'll be back after taking a big detour." Thea knew that the attack on Arkham under her command had come to an end. The next time they came, it would be Batman leading the team. She could not help but sigh. Looking at the Scarecrow being carried away, she asked them about the results of the battle. She found out that the Talon duo had already escaped. The Penguin Man was missing, and the pig-faced man was killed on the spot because he was too big. Talon's escape was good news for him. Even if Penguin Man was still alive, Talia would come after him. Although he didn't manage to destroy Arkham in the end, the enemy's strength was basically wiped out. At least his efforts were not in vain. He ordered the troops to follow the Catwoman, who had returned from exploring, and went around 7th Avenue and Poplar Street to return to the camp. Before she left, Thea ordered Miss Firefly, who had maxed out her fire talent, to set up a fire. On one hand, she wanted to stop the enemy from chasing after her, and on the other hand, she wanted to burn down this evil asylum. The retreat was quite successful. The major crime families were only motivated by the interests of the Owl Court and didn't want to fight them head-on. Both sides tacitly returned to their homes. Once they returned to the camp, everything was fine. At least Thea had nothing to do. She was not in a hurry to activate the tracking device. The Court of Owls was not at the end of their rope yet. She needed to wait a little longer. During dinner, the few of them gathered together to discuss the next step of the plan. This time, Thea had gradually reduced her speech and left all the work to Batman. The two of them were well aware of this exchange of roles. At this time, a police officer walked up to Gordon and whispered a few words in his ear. "I'll take care of it. I'll be back in a bit." The old director walked out after hearing the words. But before he could walk out the door, a sharp voice shouted from outside the door, "Jim, old friend, you must help me. Arrest me. Hurry up and arrest me." The person seemed to be held back by a few people, but he was still shouting at the top of his lungs. Was he in a hurry to surrender? This was a rare occurrence, but it was obvious that the only person who could be considered an old friend of Gordon's was the unlucky Penguin Man. He didn't expect this guy to be so tenacious and strong-willed. After all, even a strong man like Bane, who was almost driven crazy by Thea's frost arrow, this guy was still alive and kicking as he chased after them. It was amazing. "Take him to the surveillance room for questioning." Bruce, who had already taken over as the leader, said to the old director. He couldn't let him barge in. The few people in the room weren't wearing their masks. Robin and the others weren't important, but Thea and Bruce were famous people. Their identities couldn't be leaked out. The few of them lost their appetite for dinner and went to see the former underground emperor of Gotham. The Penguin Man in the surveillance room could only be described as miserable. His hair was disheveled and he looked like a ghost. His originally lame leg was now completely necrotic. He had to be supported by his loyal subordinates all the way here. He probably knew that the few of them were looking at him in front of the surveillance camera. He cried and complained to the camera about his various evil deeds, which meant that they had to arrest him immediately. "What do we do with this guy?" Gordon, the boss of the police station, asked. This guy was obviously afraid of death. He used the excuse of surrendering, but in reality, he was here to avoid trouble. Anyone with an above-average IQ could understand this, but he couldn't throw him out because of his identity. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at Thea to ask for her opinion. He really didn't understand how the Alliance should take revenge. Looking at the high-end ceremony, would it cause a chain reaction if he said that he was going to take him into custody? Was it necessary for him to sacrifice countless police officers for a major criminal? It was a bit of an exaggeration to say that Thea was buried in the hole she dug, but at least half of it was buried. She couldn't say that she was acting during the day. Her relationship with the Alliance couldn't be exposed, so she had to keep it a secret. She thought about it again and again. She couldn't say anything, so she could only push the blame to someone else. Let Uncle Bruce decide. She turned and left the surveillance room after saying that. At this time, Uncle Bat was in a dilemma. With his IQ, he could see that Thea didn't care. Only Talia could scare Penguin like this. But this was the contradiction. He didn't want to see Talia at all, but he also didn't want to let the criminal go. He wanted to go back to bed and pretend to be sick for a few more days, so that he could push the blame to Thea, but Thea had already run away. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally won out. Lock him up. Catwoman knew a little about his psychological activities. She thought that he still wanted to see his old lover. She was jealous, slammed the door, and walked out. Batman felt that he wasn't understood, so he went outside to get some fresh air. Unexpectedly, he saw Thea, who he suspected to be his sister-in-law, sitting on a tree and looking into the distance. It was a rare opportunity, and he also wanted to talk to this smart and witty girl to confirm her true thoughts. But he couldn't climb trees now. His waist hadn't fully recovered. He walked to the tree and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" Thea jumped down the tree. "I'm thinking about my father and brother." She wasn't lying. She didn't know if she had ruined Oliver's opportunity, but she really didn't care. She just wanted to take him back to Star City and reunite with her family. As for Green Arrow and Talia, they could go to hell. Chapter 113. Batman, who was well-versed in psychology and had done a lot of research on microexpressions, immediately knew that she was telling the truth. He felt a little sad as they were in the same boat. His parents had both died, and she had lost her father and brother. Their fates were really similar. But he still wanted to ask himself a question. So many people died during the day, do you feel guilty? They were all bad guys and they were killed by the police. We are a country with a legal system, and these people deserve to die for resisting. Thea sometimes could not understand the logic of these heroes, but she could not refute them. She changed her perspective and pushed all the blame to the police. "Anyway, I didn't do it, I'm very calm." Batman was also stunned by her sophistry. What she said was completely correct, and no one could find fault with it. But he still did not want to give up. "But we just killed all the criminals, isn't that inappropriate?" Thea knew that he would not give up until he got an answer. She could only use the enthusiasm she had when she debated with Old Ma last year and come up with another theory. "You are enforcing the law by arresting the criminals and sending them to the police station, and they are also enforcing the law by resisting until they are killed. This is not contradictory. Today's action is not a small-scale arrest. We are fighting a war between good and evil. There can only be one winner, and this war is not over yet. There are still thousands of citizens waiting to be rescued." Thea did not give him a chance to reply. She continued, "I admire your actions, but from what I have seen in Gotham recently, Gotham not only lacks a Batman, it also lacks a Bruce." "What do you mean?" Batman was confused by her words. "It means what it means. You are Batman at night and a playboy during the day. I think it is a bit of a waste of Bruce's illustrious identity. You should know that Chief Gordon is about to retire, so who will be in charge of Gotham during the day? Have you thought about it?" "You mean?" Bruce's IQ was off the charts. He instantly understood what she meant, but he was still not sure. "Strive to take over the position of police chief after Chief Gordon retires. With your connections and wealth, you can do better than the old chief." Thea didn't have a deep relationship with him. She was just trying to divert his attention to the politicians and financial groups. It would be much easier for her to deal with the Owl Court. But Batman really listened to her nonsense, and he even carefully considered the deeper meaning of her words. Gordon had been a police officer when he was young, and the two had worked together for many years. Today, Thea's words made him realize that his old buddy was really old. "It's not wrong to say that it's dark under the light. I really haven't thought about the future of the police station. The old chief should really take a break. After so many years of life and death, he was kidnapped by bad people countless times. If it were me, there wouldn't be such a problem. Would I be afraid of being kidnapped?" He nodded at Thea, indicating that he would think about it, and left with a lot on his mind. After he left, Thea found a clean patch of grass and sat down. She said softly as if to herself, "He's gone far. Big sister, come out." Talia's figure appeared from behind a tree trunk not far away. She didn't have a bow, only a long sword at her waist. "You're not my sister." Wasn't that obvious? Thea wasn't wearing a hood or glasses. Anyone could see that she wasn't related to Talia by blood. "It's obvious." Thea picked up a pebble on the ground and threw it into the distance. Talia didn't have the intention to fight. She found an empty spot and sat down. The two were about 3 meters apart. She looked at her with bright eyes. "Where did you learn your martial arts?" Thea smiled but didn't say anything. How could she expose herself so easily? "Are you trying to bully me because I'm young?" Talia was mentally prepared for her silence. She started to analyze. "You're definitely not trained in Nanderbart. You're the descendant of a certain adjutant, right?" It couldn't be helped. The ninja master had lived for too long. There were more than 100 adjutants who worked with him. Although most of them died in Nanderbart, there were always a few exceptions. Talia couldn't be sure if these people's descendants passed it down. "You don't want to attract the ninja master's attention to Gotham, right?" Since they couldn't see the light of day, things were easier. As if the two of them could reach a consensus on this point. Sia nodded. "According to the rules of the Alliance, I'll leave and not participate in the matters here. Since you're not too bad, I'll remind you that the Owl Court has found a secret weapon and is currently activating it." This news surprised Thea. The court had a lot of cards up their sleeves. How could they have a secret weapon to turn the tables at this point? "What is it?" she asked anxiously. Talia smiled proudly. "I don't know. I only heard that they stopped the experiment of strengthening humans. That Professor Hugo is trying his best to solve it." Seeing that Thea was deep in thought, she threw a metal plate to her. "I owe you a favor this time. If you need anything, you can find me in Russia." After that, she walked quickly into the forest and disappeared in a few sprints. Sia was dismayed by this half-spoken approach. It was too difficult to build trust between people. What kind of weapon was this? She racked her brains but could not think of any other weapon that Gutan could have up his sleeves. She could only shout to her right. "Did you hear what she said? What weapon do you think it is?" "I'm dumbfounded. How would I know?" Catwoman walked to Thea's side and lay on the ground. She was still chewing on a piece of grass as she stared blankly at the fading sunset. "Your family of 3 only wanted me, an outsider, to be your counselor, right? Come on, let's continue chatting." "She's gone anyway. Isn't that good? You can have some alone time with Bruce again. Don't go to Star City for this date. Go to the metropolis." Thea remembered their unique way of traveling clearly. "No, I don't have money." Speaking of this topic, the feline girl felt depressed, and even Sia, who was half a teacher to Lady Shiva, felt awkward. Big sister was too ruthless. Just look at how she forced the feline girl into such a state just so that her daughter could live a carefree life. Seeing that she still wanted to say something, Catwoman interrupted her and took out a scroll from her bag. "This is a painting I got from Killer Moth. Take a look and I'll sell it to you." Painting? Thea felt that her ancestors didn't have any artistic cells. It was better to talk about explosives and swords with her. Why talk about painting? Besides, she was poor. If you didn't talk about money, they could still be friends. However, it wasn't appropriate to reject it directly. She could only accept it and take a look. The painting wasn't long. It was less than a meter in length and width. It was obvious that the painting was very old and had been repaired by an expert. However, Catwoman violently cut it, so its value was reduced by at least 50%. The content of the painting was also very monotonous. It seemed to be a forest with a winding stone path in the forest. Other than that, there was nothing else. There were no people or animals. It could barely be considered a landscape painting. Chapter 114. It was supposed to be a very ordinary painting, but it was this ordinary painting that made Sia feel that her strong willpower was constantly being absorbed. At the same time, whispers came from the painting, the sky, and the trees. It would have been better if she could hear them clearly, but the voices were so soft that it seemed like a gust of wind could blow them away. No matter how hard she tried, she could not hear a single word. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" The feline girl was still waiting for her to reply, but after waiting for a long time and seeing that she didn't respond, she gave her a light push. Me? Sia didn't know what was wrong with her. She carefully looked at the scroll again. The great suction force had disappeared, but she could still hear the whispers in the air. She didn't know if it was because of her tinnitus or something else, but she could still hear the whispers in the air. There was definitely something wrong with this painting, but was it only affecting her or everyone else? Sia had to ask the cat girl to see if she had any abnormalities. What era do you think this painting is from? The software shows. Catwoman almost gave Felicity away, but she quickly corrected herself. I think it's an antique that's more than 1,000 years old. Thea was not in the mood to pay attention to her slip of the tongue. She wanted to confirm one last time. She opened the painting and asked Catwoman, "Which master do you think left this painting behind?" Catwoman had actually looked at the painting several times. If she could figure out its origin, she would have sold it for money. She glanced at it casually. I don't know. Thea had been watching Catwoman's subtle facial expressions from the corner of her eyes, but nothing happened. Catwoman was still lying there lazily, in stark contrast to her previous absent-mindedness. This painting is destined to be with me? That thought popped up in her mind. Then there's nothing to say. I'll buy it myself. Catwoman was a little embarrassed when she asked for the price. It was against her principles to sell such a worn-out and obviously stolen painting to her friend. But she was really in a tight spot now. A hero was a hero after all, so she did not have any psychological burden. Thea was poor, but a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. No matter how poor she was still a billionaire. The two of them completed the transaction happily. Catwoman, who felt that she had taken advantage of a fat sheep, was afraid that she would regret it and run away. Thea did not feel that she had been cheated. If there was nothing wrong with the painting, she would not have taken it. She secretly laughed at Catwoman's blindness. She would be poor all her life. Back at the campsite, they met to discuss the superweapon that Talia mentioned. Batman played dumb and did not ask her where she got the news from. Gordon and the others did not think to think so. As they discussed, they were all a little confused. As locals, they had no idea that there were any powerful weapons in their city. The old director also interrogated Penguin Man and Scarecrow, but to no avail. The spies under Lara's control did not give out any important information either. They only heard that Bane had finally regained his consciousness after 2 days. Now, he was hiding in Arkham to recuperate from his injuries. The remaining major crime families were fighting over the territories of Penguin Man and Scarecrow, who had survived the butcher's knife. The families fought, and the Owl Court did not stop them. In short, other than the illusory powerful weapon, the rest was good news. Thea got rid of her red leather jacket and changed into the high-density Kevlar combat suit that Batman provided. Wayne Group had been in the field of biopharmaceuticals for many years. They were at the top of the world when it came to micromolecular composite materials. Of course, to maintain the consistency of her personal style, the combat suit was still mainly red. This combat suit was extremely tough. It was immune to handgun bullets at close range, and bullets from rifles within 100 meters could also be stopped at the fabric layer. However, Thea politely declined the cape that Batman had given her along with the clothes. What was the use of the cape other than looking good? How many times had the red cape of a Supergirl been grabbed by the enemy and beaten to the ground? Why didn't they learn from such a painful lesson? However, seeing that the material of the cape was very particular, Thea did not refuse. Under Batman's regretful gaze, she handed it to Felicity as a souvenir. Her trip to Gotham was not in vain. Batman had been adjusting his body's condition for the past few days. His recovery ability was really strong. Injuries that took at least 100 days for an ordinary person were healed in less than a month for him. As the strongest fighter in the camp, Sia had to take some time to do some physical recovery training with him, even though she had taken someone else's battle suit. Batman had not recovered to his peak, but he was able to fight Thea to a standstill. One of their punches was heavy and the other was light. They were evenly matched. Right now, Sia's fighting ability was approaching perfection as the number of battles increased. She was about to form her own style, and it was only a matter of time before she would appear on Prometheus's list of 30 pugilists. When Barbara asked about Wing Chun, both of them said that they knew how to do it. It wasn't some secret that couldn't be passed on. However, Batman looked weird when he practiced, so Thea could only act as a temporary teacher. Speaking of which, it was strange. Ever since Sia was no longer the commander, Barbara, who had always been critical of her, actually took the initiative to ask her out for a walk twice. The relationship between the two was no longer as stiff as before. For the rest of the time, Sia had been making all kinds of arrowheads. It would be a waste if she did not use all the raw materials, as Wayne Group would pay for all of them. She plundered hard and added 10 sets of all kinds of high-tech arrowheads. She also got a lot of Miss Firefly's kerosene with the help of Catgirl and made 10 flame arrows. Because Bane was recovering from his injuries, a few city officials were rescued by Gordon. They were all chubby and did not look like they had been abused. The mayor, who was the leader, was frightened by Gordon's military power. Fortunately, there were no rumors of Chun Xiao's mutiny in foreign countries. Otherwise, he would have thought that the old director was up to something. He gave the authority of the city to the old director and hid in his house with the excuse that he was too injured. Thea was busy during the day and studied the painting at night when no one was around. She had used various instruments to measure it. The painting was indeed thousands of years old, but there was no pattern that matched the painting. That night she thought about it for half the night. She was so restless that she could not fall asleep. The faint whisper floated in her ears again. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not make out what it was saying. Just as she thought, did I get Gotham's disease and become schizophrenic? The characters with dual personalities in the anime are all amazing, but I really don't want to become like that. Come to me. I can help you. I'm not a bad person. The voice this time was different from the one she heard before. It was a little muffled, as if it came from underground. Let's go and see. She immediately made up her mind. Of course, it was not because the other party said that he was not a bad person. In this day and age, no bad person would say that they were bad. Every villain who was defeated had lofty ideals. Therefore, she did not take the words seriously. She would analyze the problem in detail when they met. Chapter 115. Ever since she changed into the Kevlar combat suit provided by Batman, the original antiviral suit had been eliminated. The new suit was able to withstand pressure, bulletproof, and sharp objects. It also had good breathability and moisturizing properties. Although it was not as fast as Superman or Supergirl, who could tear off her shirt and fly out, it was much more efficient than before. After changing, Thea did not inform anyone. She slung her weapon over her shoulder, jumped on the skateboard, and flew towards the direction of the sound. Although she was no longer in command, she did not stop paying attention to Gotham's weather. Every now and then, she would instruct the old director to shoot up into the sky. Out of respect for her, the higher-ups followed her orders without hesitation. That little bit of money was just fuel for Batman. Of course, this was referring to the fuel for the Batfighter. The speed at which the cumulus clouds accumulated could not withstand her daily destruction. She could now see the bright moonlight at night. She did not know how much crime had decreased, but at least it was much more pleasing to the eye. Using the bright moonlight, she identified the direction. The voice was still occasionally heard. Come to me. I can help you. It seemed to be coming from the south. Gotham was a large port city. The east was connected to the sea, the north and west were inland. As for the south, Thea only remembered that there was no one there. It was a muddy swamp. Although she had many doubts in her mind, she still entered a state of concentration. She did not fly at the highest speed. She constantly observed her surroundings and carefully flew towards the direction of the sound. As the surroundings became more and more desolate, her perceptive sense did not send out any warning signals. Her infrared scan did not show any signs of heat from large animals. I'm here, young one. A low voice sounded from below. Thea took out a frost arrow and knocked it on her bow. She gradually lowered her altitude and carefully prepared for any attacks that might follow. However, when she descended to an altitude of 20 meters, her surroundings were still desolate. No matter how she looked around, she could not see any signs of life nearby. Where are you? Although it was silly to ask, She really did not see this so-called person who could help her. I'm out. I'm not a bad person. Following his words, a gurgling sound of water could be heard. The swamp below began to ripple. A certain green guy that looked like a large sludge monster slowly crawled out of the swamp. Vines were flying everywhere now and then. Tons of mud was suddenly pulled into the air by the figure and then fell back into the swamp because of gravity. Thea stared blankly at the 5-meter-tall green humanoid creature in front of her. Who was this? Or rather, what was this thing? She looked at the bow in her hand. Her archery skills, which had been successful in the past, did not give her any sense of security at all. Could her arrows hurt this guy who was 5 meters tall and weighed several tons? The only thing that gave her courage was the skateboard under her feet. If she couldn't win, she could still run. Maybe she couldn't say a single word. She quietly watched as the tall green creature moved around a few times, rubbing its face and stretching its neck. Guessing that she was not on its menu, Thea shouted loudly, "Did you summon me?" She had no choice. They were at least 50 meters apart. She was afraid that he would not hear her even if she shouted. However, it took him half a minute to respond. These short 30 seconds were enough to make her anxious. She was afraid that he would use his ultimate skill to kill her instantly. "Young one?" The green creature replied slowly. This made the short-tempered Thea's eyebrows twitch. If she could not defeat him, she would definitely teach him a lesson. "What do you want from me?" Thea knew that she had to lower her head when she was under someone else's roof. She lowered her altitude to the same level as him and asked respectfully. "It's a long story. Be patient," the green creature said calmly. Thea felt that this guy did not seem to have any bad intentions. She could only say that she was very patient and that they could talk until dawn. "I'm not a bad person." Thea did not understand why he kept emphasizing this point. It remained to be seen if he was really not a bad person or if he was just trying to numb her. "I'm a botanist. I became like this because of an experiment. My original name was Alec Holin. Of course, no one calls me that anymore. They all call me the swamp monster." The giant green creature, or rather, the swamp monster, sighed when he talked about the past. However, he quickly put the past aside and talked about the purpose of today's visit. "There are many supernatural beings in this world. I'm one of them. Our leader detected a supernatural reaction on your body. That's why he ordered us to come in contact with you." Thea's mind was filled with question marks. What did he mean by that? Was there a supernatural reaction on her body? Was she about to awaken her superpower? In her memory, version 1.0, Thea was just a normal person. She had spent half her life under the wings of the Green Arrow. She ran around everywhere and had a few boyfriends who were all courting death. It could be said that she would die if she came into contact with them. Since when did being a loner count as a superpower? "I don't quite understand what you mean. Are you here to warn me or to capture me?" It wasn't that Thea always looked down on others with malice. It was just that the people in this world were like that. They would burn and slice people up for no reason. The swamp monster shook his head. "I'm here to help you. I've said that before." Very good and very powerful. Every villain said that they wanted to help others at the beginning. Their methods of help were usually daggers, explosives, brainwashing, and the like. Thea didn't say anything. She waited for him to continue. "You should have obtained some kind of sacred relic. This relic awakened your bloodline. You're not a normal person. You have the legacy of the ancient sages." Relic? This wasn't hard to guess. The painting that Catwoman stole from the killer moth was the beginning of everything. Because she didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse, she brought that strange painting with her when she went out. As for the bloodline, it was a little confusing. Was it brought about by the fusion, or did she have it in the first place? This was a bloodline. It sounded so high and mighty. What bloodline limit, D-clan, weren't they all cheats brought about by the bloodline? But did she really have such a thing? Although she was a little afraid that this big green guy would snatch her painting, she still took it out. "The relic you're talking about is this, right? As for the bloodline, can you explain it?" The swamp monster revealed a smile that he thought was kind, but Thea thought was terrifying. "Only you know your bloodline. I used to be a botanist, but now I'm not even a human. I can't determine the source of your bloodline. Only I know? What do I know? Thea's brain was about to become mush. Just when she was about to say that she couldn't remember, the scenery in the painting flashed in her mind, and her family name that she had never shown before. Merlin. Chapter 116. The great wizard Merlin was a legendary figure that everyone in Europe and the United States knew about. The meeting between the great wizard and King Arthur, and the legend of the 12 Knights, had reached the point where almost everyone knew about it. But was this Merlin, who was so famous, the same person as Malcolm Merlin? She had been painstakingly searching for 8 generations of the Quinn family's ancestors. It turned out that the truth was so close to her. But was this really the truth? She looked at her own hands. Her 5 slender fingers were white and full of strength. Whether it was a bow or a sword or a dagger, she could use them all skillfully. But no matter how she looked at it, it did not look like she could shoot fireballs or icicles. Moreover, in terms of bloodline, Old Ma's bloodline should be purer than hers. The old man had been scheming all his life, but in the end, it could be said that he became more and more miserable. She did not see him awaken any great ability in adversity. The so-called bloodline also did not help him kill the Green Arrow and the Ninja Master. Could he become a wizard? Thea imagined the scene of Malcolm wearing a robe and shooting fireballs. That scene was too beautiful. You must be kidding me. However, the swamp creature in front of him seemed to be telling the truth, and it didn't seem to be a lie. Thea pointed at herself. Do you have my bloodline now? But I don't feel any difference. The swamp creature did not speak. Countless vines of plants rose from the mud below him. Wrapped in a variety of dazzling plants, the vines lifted up a dark red vessel. Looking at the clean, cup-like vessel that was taken out of the mud in front of her, Thea now truly understood what it meant to be untainted by mud. Needless to say, this was definitely a treasure, but it was definitely not meant to be with her. Sure enough, the swamp creature spoke. This is the soul awakening cup of the leader's wife. It can successfully awaken your bloodline. As for whether it succeeds or not, it depends on you. Although Thea had never heard of this so-called wife, she knew that she was a big boss in a certain industry. At this point, there was nothing to worry about. How do I use it? Drip your blood into the cup. It will search for the holy relic on your body and successfully open the land of heritage. The swamp creature probably knew that he looked a little scary, and he didn't know how brave Thea was. Using his past experience as a human, he only felt that if he was a little girl, he would have fainted for 10 minutes. He controlled the vines to put the cup on the ground and slowly took 2 steps back. Thea descends from the air to the ground. She doesn't dare to leave the skateboard. She walks around the inconspicuous cup twice. She doesn't see anything wrong with it. Thea rolled up her sleeves and made a cut on her arm. Fresh blood quickly covered the bottom of the cup. Just as Thea was wondering how much blood was needed to activate this thing, she felt a hook hooked onto her belly button and pulled upwards. She wanted to shout, but the rapid wind had already made her unable to speak. She only felt that she had been stuffed into a narrow tunnel. Her entire body was enveloped by a huge wave of air, and she was flying at high speed in this extremely long tunnel. After an unknown amount of time, when she regained consciousness, there was only one thought in her mind. This user experience sucks. He patted his butt and wanted to stand up. Only then did he realize that the combat uniform he was wearing was gone. Instead, he was wearing a beggar's outfit. Alright, calling it a beggar's outfit was a bit of an exaggeration. However, this coarse cloth jacket didn't look gorgeous at all. It's just that this jacket looks thick, but in reality, it feels very bad to the touch. What's going on? Where's my underwear? Thea realized that she only has one piece of clothing. It's very empty and uncomfortable. She can't help but feel a little annoyed at the guy who designed this part of the process. But fortunately, she's a woman of the underworld and doesn't care about trifles. She didn't bring her Kevlar, bow, dagger and so on with her. Only the sword of Azrael that she previously seized is lying quietly on the ground. Thea jumped twice on the spot. Fortunately, her thing isn't too big. Even if she doesn't have any clothes, it won't be too much of a burden. This is good news. Because the surrounding looks very similar to the forest path in the painting, Thea looked very much like the forest path in the painting. The trees were tall and dense, and there were signs of a battle. As the saying goes, don't enter the forest. However, do I have a choice now? She pulled out her sword and slashed at the nearby trees. Not bad, this is my sword. I didn't get myself a fake one. Looking around, it seems that this is the only stone path in front of her. This path is very long and winding, and it seems to go straight to the top of the mountain. Thea took a deep breath. The feeling of not having any underwear lingered on her body. She tried her best to use the secret technique that Madame Shiva taught her. She abandoned all distracting thoughts and focused on walking up the mountain. The path was neatly built. Thea didn't know if this is a real scene or a world in the painting. She didn't see any animals or birds along the way. Her surroundings were quiet. Occasionally, there would be wind blowing, but it didn't cause any disturbances to her sharp senses. Just when she was about 1/5 of the way up the mountain, she received a warning from her perceptive sense. There was a tingling sensation that seemed to be stabbing her brain. Someone is ambushing me. Thea quickly saw the target. A guy with a face full of black fog and a body full of armor jumped down from a tree and slashed at Thea. At this time, the enemy was in midair, and his body was full of openings. In theory, it was the best time to attack. However, because she didn't know how strong his armor was, Thea chose to dodge. Thea did a side roll in advance to avoid the heavy slash. She didn't get up, but used the sharp sword in her hand to slash at the unprotected foot of the enemy. The armored man reacted quickly. He lifted his foot to step on the edge of her sword. At the same time, he used the huge two-handed sword to slash at Thea's head. This guy is very powerful. Thea used her agility to pull away and focused on defense. She peeked at the opponent's attack pattern and waited for the opportunity to find a flaw to determine the winner. Through the continuous exchanges, Thea gradually figured out the ins and outs of this guy. Looking at his skills, he definitely wasn't a nobody when he was alive. His two-handed sword danced vigorously, and ordinary people would have been hacked to death if they encountered him. Thinking of this, Thea was a little puzzled. Is my bloodline really Merlin's? Why did the mage selection have a martial arts competition? Or was it that the mages of Ancestor Merlin's time were all warriors? Although she was a little puzzled, she still easily dealt with this guy. Thanks to the ninja master's knowledge, Thea had long seen through this guy's swordsmanship. It was an ancient English battle formation swordsmanship. Whether or not he was a knight of the Round Table was unknown, but this set of swordsmanship was something that Thea had learned before. Moreover, as a master who had been in seclusion for 800 years, he had long studied the ways to break these swordsmanship. As long as she followed the recipe, she would be able to defeat this guy. Soon, Thea found the flaw that she was waiting for. The Black Fog Knight used a move where he held the sword with both hands and stabbed forward. Thea used the edge of her sword to block the knight's sword. Then, she charged forward fiercely and stabbed the sword in her hand into the knight's face. The Black Fog Knight immediately stopped. The shocking killing intent from before dissipated in an instant. He crossed his sword in his right hand and knelt on one knee on his left knee. He performed a salute that Thea couldn't understand, and then disappeared like a breeze. Chapter 117. After killing the Black Mist Knight, Thea did not let down her guard. She carefully made her way to the top of the mountain. The second half of the journey could be described as uneventful. In fact, by the time she was halfway up the mountain, she had a rough idea of what was going on. The original purpose of this checkpoint was probably not to let the apprentice sorcerers slay the knights blocking the way. If he guessed correctly, it should be to test the reaction speed and basic physical fitness of the people who came. To put it bluntly, it was to select the person who would run away in the face of danger, and the person who could run away quickly. However, Master Merlin probably did not expect his descendants to have such a weirdo like Thea. She killed the obstacle with just a few punches and kicks. The Black Mist Knight's martial arts were outstanding even today. The medieval ancestors of the Merlin family could only scurry away in front of him. It was impossible that ancient martial arts were better than modern martial arts. A skill must be more refined and refined. After countless generations of refinement, the final version must be stronger than the original version. Of course, If there was inner force or true inner force, it would be another matter. Anyway, Thea did not know that there was such a power system in this world. Otherwise, a ninja master who practiced for more than 800 years would have ascended. Phew! Thea climbed to the top of the mountain. The mountain was really high. She took a deep breath and stabbed her sword into the ground. Although she did not meet any enemies along the way, she did not feel relaxed. She wondered how her ancestors who were chased all the way to the top of the mountain were feeling. They must be so tired that their tongues were hanging out. She hoped that the second level would not be too difficult. The ground in front of her was not so much the top of the mountain. It was more like a square. The entire top of the mountain was flattened. In the depths of her sight was a large British-style palace. The palace door was at least 10 meters high. There were several tall but damaged knight statues around it. Thea did not recklessly push the door open. She wanted to observe for a while. Besides, judging by the height of the door, she might not have the strength to push it open. It seemed that the designer of the level did not want the challengers to push it so recklessly. The two thick and wide doors slowly opened. Thump, thump. Heavy footsteps kept beating on Thea's heart. Under her shocked gaze, a huge figure slowly walked out from behind the door. It had 2 horns on its head, crimson-yellow eyes, 4 feet and 2 wings. Its body was covered in lava-like scales and it had a tail as long as its body. Red dragon? Fire dragon? Thea didn't know what the scientific name of this thing was, but she knew that she was no match for it. Not to mention her, even Bane couldn't defeat this thing even if he used up all the venom in the jar. Uncle Merlin really wants to select a mage? His previous thoughts must have been wrong. How could those medieval village women and local nobles who had never left their homes be able to defeat this thing? He must have been scared shitless. Or could it be that the way he completed the first stage was too unusual, and the result of taking an unusual path was to increase the difficulty for himself? Thea looked down at the sword in her hand. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't look like it could slay a dragon. Could it be that he still had to test his agility by running in while the red dragon was attacking? Thea shook her head. The dragon came out and squatted at the gate. It had no intention of getting up. In an instant she thought of 7 or 8 possibilities. There were game guides from her previous life and various fairy tales here, but she found that none of them corresponded to her current situation. Her current situation was described with a big headache. Just as she was thinking hard about the purpose of the stage design, the red dragon in the distance seemed to be very dissatisfied with her motionless. It didn't do anything and spat out a fireball. Thea cursed. Did the prerequisite of a mage apprentice have to be a dragon slayer? Or was it that the ordinary people in Merlin's time were so fierce that killing a dragon was like killing a chicken? In the face of a fireball the size of a wash basin, any skills were useless. Looking at the color of the flames, she knew that the temperature was definitely not low. Even Miss Firefly's fire-immune constitution might not be able to withstand it. Bang! Boom! While constantly dodging the fireballs, Thea was also looking for a way to break out of the situation. But this guy just stayed at the gate and didn't move. She didn't have a bow and arrows, and even if she did, it would be useless. Close combat? You must be kidding. She didn't have 39 friends to help her now. What magic? Thea was here to learn magic. She didn't know how to do it at all. Thea, who was running around, inadvertently found that a piece of ground was burned by the fireball. It seemed that there was only fire and no chemical reaction of burning oxygen. It was not scientific to talk about oxygen in such a magical place. Thea didn't have time to think about it. She rushed to the edge of the fire pit and touched it with her hand. Indeed, there was no sign of high temperature. She put her sword into the bottom of the pit and waited for a few seconds. She pulled out her sword and found that there was no sign of burning or high temperature on the sword. Was it fake? No, she touched the edge of the fire pit with her sword. There was still a physical impact. Vaguely understanding the purpose of this level, Thea reached out her left hand and imagined a pistol. In an instant, a Beretta 92F appeared in her hand. The weight of the gun was very real. She tried to shoot it again. The sound and trajectory were exactly the same as a real gun. She got it. This was a test of her imagination. No matter what kind of weapon she imagined, as long as she could defeat the red dragon, she would pass. Wasn't it just a test of imagination? Thea was not afraid of anyone with the mindset of the people from Earth in her previous life. So what if he was Mage Merlin? Did he think that the most powerful creature for ordinary people was a dragon? Not to mention his strength, his knowledge was just SOSO. Sia first imagined a governor version of the Terminator. The burly man was instantly formed, and after receiving the order, he charged forward with the Gatling gun. The red dragon was indeed powerful. In the face of the governor's provocation, it responded with a wash-basin-sized fireball. Neither of them dodged. In less than half a minute, the governor died heroically. Sia did not waste this half a minute. She immediately thought of the giant robot in the Pacific Rim. The robot she was operating was the indescribable Crimson Storm built by the country. It was red all over, 150 meters tall, and held a serrated sword in each of its 3 arms. It rushed forward aggressively. Suddenly seeing such a huge creature, the red dragon that was lying on the ground pretending to be dead was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Although he was an illusion, he still had his intelligence and experience from when he was alive due to the support of magic. He swore with his 1,000-year-old dragon age that he had never seen such a huge humanoid creature before. Was this the legendary Titan? A 150 meters tall and weighing over 1,000 tons of metal against a red dragon that was 20 meters tall and less than 100 meters long. The whole process could only be described as dog torture. Thea felt that she had never felt so good in her life. One of her hands held the dragon's neck to prevent him from moving. The other 2 hands held the sword and slashed fiercely. At first, she used a few sword moves, but later she stopped. Slashing and slashing was enough to deal with this guy. Chapter 118. The aggrieved red dragon didn't even have the chance to use its dragon wings or shadow flame before it was pressed to the ground by Thea and cut into pieces. In theory, the dragon would die if its head was cut off, but this was obviously an illusion version of the dragon, so it was hard to say whether the fatal wound was in its head. Thea didn't think that her time was precious. Like mincing meat, she cut the majestic red dragon into pieces of meat that were less than half a meter long and wide. She searched around but didn't find any forging materials like dragon crystals or dragon cores. She sighed. Just now, she found that there was a trick to pass this level. There were 4 broken knight statues at the door. The designer's goal was to use these statues as reference objects to simulate the classic scene of a knight and a mage working together to kill a dragon. But she didn't know which generation of ancestors had misunderstood or deliberately caused trouble for their descendants, but he or she directly brought the statues to life and fought a great battle with the red dragon. The 4 statues were now piled up on the side like garbage, and if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't know the specific meaning behind it. Anyway, she passed. Thea controlled the robot to put her on the ground. She was 150 meters away, so she didn't dare to cancel it suddenly. She would fall to her death. Carrying her sword, she walked around the pile of meat and walked into the hall. Not long after she entered the hall, the 2 doors closed in a very old-fashioned way. She pouted. How uncreative. From the outside, it looked spacious and tall, but the space inside was actually not that big. Thea walked a few steps and came to the side of a desk. There were a lot of parchment papers on the table, 3 quill pens were placed diagonally on the table, and a small bottle with very little ink was thrown carelessly on the ground. Thea was more and more sure that there was something wrong with this scene. It was so messy and disorderly that it didn't seem like an examination at all. There wasn't even someone to clean up the table. Moreover, there wasn't even a prompt along the way. She didn't ask for the system to make it like a system fairy, but even if it put up a notice board, it should at least let the candidates know what to prepare. No matter what the examination was, she should clean up the table first. But when Thea touched the parchment paper, a huge hourglass suddenly appeared in the originally empty place. She roughly estimated that the sand wasn't moving too fast, so it should take about an hour. But what was he going to do in the next hour? Thea looked around again. The decorations were quite luxurious. There were carpets, murals, lamps, and a bunch of decorations. Thea scratched her head. After all, When Merlin was active, Sherlock Holmes' great-grandfather hadn't been reincarnated yet. But just in case, she still looked around. Many of the items were just decorations and could not be removed. Thea wasted 10 minutes and finally confirmed the target. It was the thing on the desk. He picked up a piece of paper and read it carefully. What a mess. Thea put aside the so-called practical application of mana and the secondary connection between the earth and water. If he couldn't understand this piece of paper, his ancestors wouldn't be able to either. He could only spend another 5 minutes sifting through all the parchments and find a few that he could understand. It was really simple. The paper was filled with basic knowledge, such as the composition of the universe, the basic framework of the world, and so on. For Thea, whose learning ability had been enhanced to 2.0, it was a piece of cake. She used her extraordinary intelligence to forcibly record down the information that conflicted with her original worldview. Then, she began to read the scrolls that she couldn't understand. She realized that the next examination was probably a written one. The quill and ink didn't look like a souvenir for her. Thea used the skills she learned from her previous life to deal with exam-oriented education. Some of them had some similarities with modern physics, while others were nonsense. She didn't care if she understood them or not and just memorized them all. The learning methods from her previous life were a great help. Combined with her powerful memory, she could say that no matter if it was the Ninja Master or Batman, she wouldn't lose to them in terms of learning speed. There were more than 10 parchments with tens of thousands of words that went against common sense. In less than half an hour, she had memorized all of them. She also used the last 10 minutes to comb through her entire memory. The knowledge was very heterogeneous. Although it was the result of a large system, Thea felt that it was too scattered. It felt like someone had put it all together as a prank. As for the truth, she did not care at this time. The whole assessment site seemed to have been used many times, and the painting she got had probably passed through many generations. With the erosion of time and man-made destruction, Thea felt that it should not have been so difficult in the beginning. Perhaps there were some instructions left with the painting for future generations? But at this point, no matter what happened here, as long as she passed this level, she should be able to pass. She could still vaguely feel this. She calmed her breathing and kept herself in the best condition. She slowly adjusted her state of mind. When the sand in the hourglass completely fell, a new piece of parchment appeared on the table. The original ones had all disappeared, leaving only the quill and ink bottle. Thea immediately took the parchment and looked at it carefully. There were less than 20 questions on the whole paper. They were all questions about how the world was composed of several major elements, the colors of flames when burning, the refraction of light, and so on. She knew that she had been tricked by this messy environment. What she saw later wasn't the content of the examination at all. Just looking at the first few papers was enough to deal with it. Thea gave the unknown guy a middle finger. Don't let me see you in person, or I'll beat the shit out of you. Although the questions were very simple, she still answered them seriously. In less than 5 minutes, she finished all the questions. After checking several times and confirming that they were all correct, Thea was a little dumbfounded. Who should I give this paper to? Hey, I'm done. Is anyone here? She stupidly shouted at the empty room for a long time, but no one came out. She fainted. Ancestor Merlin, don't tell me that in order to take care of the descendants who just learned how to read, the examination time was set especially long? Thinking about it, it was possible. In the Middle Ages, not to mention the common people, even the king who could write his own name was considered a high-quality person. At that time, the king was more like the leader of a society than the leader of a country. Many nobles didn't know how to write their own names, so they could only wear a seal on their hands and press it when it was their turn to sign. She waited patiently for a while and found that still no one paid attention to her. But since you are so assured, I won't be polite. Thea left her seat and looked around again. Although the hope was not big, what if she could find something good? Using the treasure hunting skills taught by Big Sister Catwoman, Thea began to explore the surrounding walls and decorations. Her efforts paid off. She found nothing on the walls, but she found a pitch-black dagger in an ornament decorated with antlers. Chapter 119. The dagger was only the size of a palm, with a double-edged blade. The workmanship was not exquisite, and there were no decorations on the handle. No matter how one looked at it, it was just an ordinary weapon. Thea played with the dagger in her hand for a while, but she did not see anything special about it. She did not know if she could bring it out, so she put it on her belt and continued to search around. Time flew by, and when she repeatedly confirmed that there was nothing in the room, more than an hour had passed. There was no clock in the room, so she could not estimate the exact number. She could only make a rough estimate. Bored, she put her legs on the table and closed her eyes to rest. Just as she was getting impatient and was about to get up and push the door open, the answer scroll on the table disappeared silently like it did in the beginning. Then, when she was unprepared, an invisible flame seemed to burn from within her body. What is this ghost? She really didn't know what to do with this thing that she couldn't see or touch. She only felt that all the blood in her body was desperately rushing towards that ball of flame, and a large amount of blood was being converted into an unknown substance. Every second felt extremely long. With the inexplicable loss of blood, she felt that her ability to think was getting weaker and weaker. Her mind was blank. Where am I now? Her body was gradually taken over by instinct, and her consciousness was slowly swallowed by the endless nothingness. When she regained her sense of existence, Thea found that she had already left the scroll and returned to the starting point. The swamp monster was still staring at her with its blood-red eyes from afar. She touched her body, and the Kevlar was still intact on her body. The dagger that she found earlier was hanging conspicuously on her waist. But she was not in the mood to care about the dagger now. She only felt that her body was sore and weak, and she had no strength at all. What happened to me? And how long has it been? The target of the question was naturally the swamp monster not far away, but her voice was a little soft, and she did not know if the swamp monster could hear her. The swamp monster scrutinized Thea from head to toe. His terrifying gaze gave her goosebumps. He slowly said, "You do have extraordinary potential. Your bloodline has been successfully activated." Thea didn't know if she had any potential. She only felt that she was about to die. Her body strength was less than 30% of its usual strength. Her breath was unstable and her steps were weak. She sweated after taking 2 steps. She checked her pulse and found that her heart rate was much slower than usual. She touched the skin on her face and found that it was no longer as elastic as before. What kind of injuries did I sustain? He wanted to use his heart to feel the so-called bloodline of the swamp monster, but he felt dizzy and his vision blurred. He could only see double. This was probably a symptom of lack of blood. The swamp monster seemed to have noticed that she was so weak that a gust of wind could blow her away, so it slowly explained. "Don't worry, this is a good thing. When you first awaken, there will be a process of purifying your blood. As for why you're so weak, I don't know either. After all, I'm not a magician." The swamp monster even made a gesture of spreading its hands after it finished speaking. However, its 5-meter-tall body did not look cute at all. Thea didn't have the energy to complain. What it said was as good as not saying anything. What a jerk. Even though she was so weak that she couldn't even defeat Director Gordon. Achoo. Who's scolding me? Fortunately, she rode out on a skateboard, so she could still fly back to the camp slowly. She waved at the swamp monster and was about to say goodbye. He was quite friendly to her. Judging from the size of this guy, it was obvious that he wasn't a magician. It was useless to ask. She should go back and rest early. "This is for you." The swamp monster put away the cup and took out a green fruit from the ground and handed it to Thea. "What's this?" Thea looked at the fruit. It was the size of a coconut and had an oily body. Its emerald green color reminded her of cyanide. Its surface was also covered with strange patterns. Was this edible? It wasn't a devil's fruit, was it? Was it a logia fruit? But Thea knew that it was impossible even if she used her toes to think. "I don't know which ancestor's bloodline you awakened, but the earth can bear everything. This fruit can further awaken your bloodline. This is a gift from me. I can see every corner of the city. You've brought light to Gotham. You're a good child, justice needs your strength." Even though she was praised by a 5-meter-tall green creature, Thea was still quite happy. It seemed that there were some benefits to her urging the rain every day. She smiled as she took the fruit. This thing could awaken her bloodline again? It didn't seem too bad. Thea was a little scared after her previous experience. Plus, she was extremely weak. She should keep the fruit for now. Looking at the swamp monster slowly sinking into the ground, Thea didn't have time to count her gains. She found the direction of the camp and flew back. Fortunately, after the 2 recent attacks on Arkham and the fight between the major crime families in the city, the villains in the city had all been summoned away. The spectacular scene of being greeted by rocket launchers when she first arrived in Gotham did not happen again. Thus, she was able to safely fly back to the base. She wanted to sneak back to her room, but she still startled Felicity, who lived next door. This girl had been getting closer and closer to Catwoman recently. The 2 of them were playing games in the room. When they heard her movement, they both came out to ask, "Thea, what's wrong?" Catwoman had been avoiding her for the past few days because she thought of her as a big boss. But now that they met face to face, she couldn't pretend not to know her. She quickly asked when she saw that something was wrong with her pale face and unsteady steps. How should she explain? If she said that she had obtained a bloodline or something, it wouldn't be a problem if these people knew, but she had to consider Batman's unnatural attitude of hatred. She couldn't afford to lose the reputation she had gained. Just as she was thinking hard about how to come up with a good lie, Felicity, who always had a big imagination, looked at her for a while before she said in a tone of realization, "You're having your period? You're using so much this time." In a daze, Thea took a while to understand what she was referring to. F***, you're bleeding so much in one go. She had lost almost a third of her blood, but Thea thought about it and realized that she had indeed lost a lot of blood in the past few days. Although the quantity of blood she had sold at one time was a bit higher than the standard, at least it was an explanation. Although it was a bit awkward, she tacitly accepted this fact. Catwoman immediately understood what she meant. She was very enthusiastic and helped her back to her room like an old lady. Then, she volunteered to boil some brown sugar water for her. Barbara, who lived nearby, heard the news and jumped out of Robin's room to help. She didn't know if she was in the mood to watch a good show or if she was really concerned about her comrade. Batman was doing recovery training. When he heard that she was injured, he hurried over. But when he saw that she was surrounded by women, he used his rich knowledge to surpass Lex Luthor's IQ to determine the specific situation and ran away. Chapter 120. For the next few days, Thea used the excuse of being attacked by her aunt to deal with everything. Needless to say, this reason was really very good and very strong. Everyone who saw her showed a bright smile, and all of them were concerned about her well-being, afraid that she would suddenly die. With her body's hematopoietic function activated, Catwoman Barbara would send her some black chicken with brown sugar from time to nourish her body. She had recovered most of her combat power and could properly sort out her gains this time. In fact, she had already received a message the night before. This message was very mysterious, as if it had suddenly emerged from her soul. There was no need to read or understand it, it was completely an instinctive skill that she had mastered. From the message, she realized that every descendant of the Merlin family would master an instinctive skill, or a spell-like ability, when they successfully awakened. This skill did not require magic, gestures, or any other external conditions. As long as one had enough physical strength, they could activate this ability. Through observation, a silver-white unicorn tattoo appeared on her left shoulder blade. It could be visible or invisible. This tattoo could be said to be a dual skill. During the day, it was a yang tattoo and would constantly absorb sunlight. When the skill was activated, it would summon a unicorn to accompany her in battle until it was cancelled. At night, the tattoo would be a yin tattoo and absorb the power of the moonlight. It could use the power of the shadows to create a clone of Thea with the same ability as her. Unicorn? Thea pondered for a moment. She opened the door and saw that no one was paying attention to her. She hurriedly closed the door and windows tightly. Thea prayed silently and concentrated on the tattoo. She hoped that the movement would not be too big. She concentrated on the tattoo and activated it. A faint white smoke flashed and the assistant she had been eagerly waiting for landed in front of her. Sia's face was filled with black lines as she looked at this guy who was slightly bigger than her palm. If she took a closer look, There was indeed a horn on his forehead. He didn't randomly find a horse or donkey for her to deal with. The little unicorn did not even know where it was. It stood up in a daze on Thea's bed and looked around. It was a little confused when it realized that it was not familiar with the environment. It retracted its 4 hooves and looked around nervously. When it raised its head and saw Thea, it immediately relaxed and looked at her with its big eyes. Seeing that she didn't respond, it licked her hand with its tongue. It was quite cute. Thea unconsciously stroked its mane with her hand. It was so soft and it felt so good to the touch. Looks like this guy won't be able to become a fighting force in a short period of time. Don't tell me I have to rely on it to kill the enemy. That night, she tried the doppelganger technique again, and the results made her feel gratified. This was different from a certain Japanese manga's cloning technique. This clone was also a physical entity that could attack and speak. Even if it was hit, it wouldn't turn into smoke and disappear. However, it would still deal fatal damage. Thea's fighting abilities could also be completely controlled by the physical entity. However, the equipment on her body could not be replicated. If the enemy knew the inside story and attacked the original body, she would be dumbfounded. However, the flaws did not obscure the beauty of the jade. They could be flexible. For example, one of them held a saber while the other held a dagger. They could circle left and right a few times and the enemy would be stunned. Thea once hid in the house and tested it. After the skill was activated, the stamina consumption would double. If the consumption per unit of time was 1, now it was 2. The damage received by the clone would not affect the original body. In theory, Thea would be fine even if the clone died 100 times. But at the same time, she wouldn't be able to learn anything the clone read. The two of them could only share some simple information. This could be considered as having its advantages and disadvantages. It was also very simple to increase the power of the Yang rune and Yin rune. The Yang rune could be exposed to the sun, and the Yin rune could be exposed to the moon. The unicorn would grow from a juvenile to an adult with the accumulation of sunlight. In the end, it would even grow a pair of wings and become the royal unicorn family. As long as it evolved to an adult, the two of them could merge. Thea would automatically have most of the unicorn's abilities and characteristics. The clones at night could also become more agile and intelligent with the accumulation of moonlight. It was even possible for 2 or 3 clones to be created at once. In order for the unicorn to grow up as soon as possible, Thea could proudly claim that she was also the kind of person who could strengthen herself by basking in the sun. In the future, she could add a deck chair next to Superman and Supergirl. Let's bask in the sun together. She didn't know what kind of talent the predecessors had. Yes, to save herself the trouble, she now called it a talent. She felt that this clone talent was still very suitable for her. After all, her mind was filled with fighting and killing. This skill had unknowingly doubled her combat power. If she wasn't afraid of exposing herself, without the technological equipment, Batman would no longer be her opponent in a one-on-one fight. Speaking of the concentration of the bloodline, it was necessary to talk about the process of blood loss at the end. Although there wasn't much information at this time, Thea could still analyze that it was a process of burning blood and returning to one's ancestral roots. She could now feel that there were 2 drops of golden blood in her heart. She didn't know if it was because she had completed the trial too well, but the purification process was completely at full power. Theoretically, the energy that could only be converted into 1 drop of blood was excessively stimulated, and 2 drops of blood were purified. This was also one of the reasons why she was so weak. A normal person would be finished after losing 15% of their blood, but she lost 30%. Looking at the suspected devil fruit that the swamp monster gave her, she didn't dare to try it lightly. At least, she had to be completely healed first. The scroll that had caused all of this had been completely destroyed. Before it was completely destroyed, it also transmitted a stream of information to her, but this information wasn't as clear as the information about her talent. The whole message was intermittent. Thea could only guess that one of her ancestors was forced to enter the secret realm because of his lover. After that, there was a lot of unknown information. In the end, he destroyed the key inheritance guide. She speculated that it might be a piece of parchment and left the world alone. It was really a sad story. Thea didn't have a trace of sympathy for this ancestor. He was the one who destroyed the assessment guide along the way, causing her to be in such a sorry state. She had to rely on guessing along the way. Other people's trials might be of normal difficulty, but hers was definitely of hell difficulty. At the same time, this ancestor who had caused so much trouble for her also sounded the alarm bell for Thea. She should still keep some cards up her sleeve. This guy was probably too arrogant, so he was targeted by someone with no bloodline, no luck, and no inheritance. If others don't have it, then why don't you keep a low profile? In the end, he was killed before he could cultivate the divine ability. If she put herself in his shoes and thought about it, if someone else had an ability and she didn't, how would she feel? She would definitely be jealous, and would definitely do everything possible to get the ability into her hands. There had been many people like this since ancient times. If this guy happened to be patient and scheming, then she could only pray that he would be able to kill her at the crucial moment. Thea instantly thought of someone who had these conditions, and she had a relationship with him after so many twists and turns. Batman, Green Arrow's good father-in-law, ninja master. This old guy didn't have any abilities, and had lived for 800 years by relying on the immortal pool. He must have seen aliens with abilities. If someone said that he wasn't jealous of all kinds of supernatural powers, Thea would be the first to believe it. Moreover, the more Thea thought about it, the more she felt that Thea was ambushed by Ninja Master in version 1.0 of the show, causing her to suffer irrecoverable injuries. After that, Thea's overall quality began to greatly decline, and she even withdrew from Green Arrow's team. Was there some inside story that she didn't know about? There were so many people around Green Arrow, Laurel, Sarah, Felicity, and a bunch of other women. They were all important, so why did he have to ambush Thea? Throughout the entire show, Ninja Master had only personally dealt with two people, one was Thea, and the other was Green Arrow. There were many doubts, and perhaps only Ninja Master himself knew the truth. Malcolm's experience was also very strange. He came to Nanderbart alone because of the death of his beloved wife, and Ninja Master began to teach him without hesitation. In just 2 years, he was promoted to the position of adjutant. With his 800 years of life experience, couldn't he see that Malcolm was ambitious? Wasn't he someone who lived under someone else's roof? All kinds of clues proved that he knew about ancient bloodlines. In some aspects, he even knew more about them than the descendants. After all, too many things had been buried by history over a long period of time. Was this also the reason why he valued Batman? The Wayne family had a long history, and their glory could be traced back to the Crusades in the Middle Ages. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. He picked up the dagger he had found in the trial. At first, he thought that the black blade was rusty, but after rubbing it a few times, he realized that this was the color of the dagger. There were a few words engraved on the dagger and the handle. Thea, who could barely be considered a mage apprentice, used the knowledge she had memorized and the search engine to finally understand the meaning of these words. Black Fog. Chapter 121. Through the transformation of her bloodline, Thea's perception had undergone earth-shattering changes. At this time, the originally illusory perception in her body and the spiritual power derived from her bloodline merged to form a looming energy, which could be called magic power for the time being. When she used this magic power to communicate with the inscriptions on the dagger, she would use a special method to change the appearance of the original magic power and launch it out. The consumption of magic power was very small, and the consumption was the dagger's own energy. The user only played the role of guiding the direction. But it was this function that made the essential difference between a normal person and a mage. After playing so many games, Thea quickly figured out the purpose of this weapon. It could create a pure black fog in the line of sight. She didn't know what the original designer thought, but in any case, outsiders couldn't see through the fog, and the people in the fog couldn't see anything, including Thea, who was the one who released the fog. This thing was originally used for running away, right? But now, technology had developed to the point where there were smoke bombs. The magic power of this dagger was somewhat useless, and the black fog was only aimed at human vision. Using thermal imaging technology, one could still see that there was a living person inside. Thea played with the dagger a few times. The main character could pick up a storage ring or a dragon egg after falling down, but she only got a broken dagger. What bad luck. She rewrote the contents of the parchment that she had hurriedly memorized and tried to find common points through the engraving method on the dagger. But to be honest, the effect was really bad, and there were too few references. There were some results on the internet, such as the story of Merlin and the female ghost, the battle between the snowman and the mage Merlin, and all kinds of information mixed together, and it was impossible to distinguish between the truth and the lies. Thea didn't dare to practice recklessly. Most people would go crazy at a high level, and it would be too ridiculous if she practiced the wrong path as soon as she started. There was also no one to guide her. The swamp monster did mention the Xanadu madam, but he also said that she was a mysterious person and that she was the descendant of some ancient race and could live forever. Compared to her, the ninja master was like a child. For this kind of person, her concept of time must be incomparably indifferent. It was very likely that she would only realize this matter 10 years later. If he waited for her, it would be too late. In fact, there were still a few magical heroes in this world. At least Thea knew of Constantine's great name. However, she remembered that this person was like a reincarnated pervert. She didn't want to be attracted to him. Since he couldn't figure it out, he could only take it one step at a time. First, he had to recover his body, adjust his condition to its peak, and then eat the fruit of the earth that the swamp monster gave him. Although her body was weak and she couldn't practice martial arts with Batman, she didn't completely rest. Considering the fact that his future enemies were all monsters, he had to increase his own strength. Magic was not something that could be mastered in a short period of time. It required a lot of study and accumulation. Of course, like Shazam, who dreamed every day, "I want to fly to the sky and stand side by side with the sun, the world is waiting for me to change," he would shout, "Shazam," to the sky when he encountered a situation, and then a thick purple lightning would strike him, and then the originally thin and weak little boy would become a muscular magician with a height of 180 centimeters. Thea disdained this kind of quick method. What was the difference between this and the indescribable countries, Lord Guan Yu? His foundation didn't increase at all, but every time he was possessed, he would consume a lot of blood essence. This method was simply stupid. If this kind of trash was still in the Xianxia world, he would be possessed in minutes. During this period of time, taking advantage of the good moment when her relationship with Batman was at an all-time high, Thea asked to borrow the Bat Belt to take a look. Bruce didn't refuse this junior who he valued very much. Thea could finally see this legendary belt. Before, it was exaggerated, but after careful analysis, it actually had a very simple principle. Because he used a lot of nanotechnology in the belt, his weapons were not suitable for himself, but this nanotechnology was very high-end, which made Thea's eyes light up. Batman's nanotechnology was not the same as Ray Palmer's. One of the two nanoscaled weapons, the other nanoscaled himself. It could be said that they started from the same place but ended up on different paths. If she gave the nano suit to Batman, with his pride, he wouldn't turn into a small person to fight. Similarly, the Atom Man couldn't use his various weapons because he didn't have such a high martial arts foundation. This belt inspired Thea a lot, and she had begun to develop her own new technological equipment. The skateboard's improvement in a short period of time was limited, and it was really powerless against a bull-like enemy like Bane. If there were only one or two of them, it would be fine, but there were a lot of strong bad guys in the United States. Her strength was already the weakest in the bucket. Whether it was close combat or long-range bow drawing, her strength had become more and more limited. After considering several factors, she set her sights on Marvel's Winter Soldier next door. Of course, she wouldn't be crazy enough to cut off her arm and replace it with a metal arm. She was going to use Batman's technology to nano the metal arm, which was usually divided into 3 parts. They were the arm ring, the bracelet, and the ring, which were all common accessories for women. No matter the occasion, wearing accessories would not be very conspicuous. When encountering an enemy, she could turn on the switch on the bracelet, and the ring would begin to flip over to cover the palm, the bracelet would become the wrist guard and forearm armor, and the arm ring would become the upper arm armor. After the 3 were connected, the energy block designed by the Quinn Group would provide power. In theory, the limit was 10 tons. Thea also designed 3 holes in the palm armor so that 3 claws could pop out after clenching her fist. Of course, this was copied from Uncle Wolf. Considering that she might attract the attention of a ninja master, she felt uncomfortable facing bad guys with her bare hands. She couldn't always bring a sword with her, so this was a stopgap measure. As for whether it was a one-handed mechanical arm or a two-handed one, in the end, she decided to use one hand, and like Winter Soldier, it would be the left arm. Of course, she was not a brainless fan. She considered shooting arrows and guns with her right hand. No matter how clever the mechanical arm was, it would not be as flexible as her fingers. She only needed a lot of strength, and her left arm was enough. Magic could not be seen in the light now, but technological weapons were fine. She did not want to waste Batman, a great master of mechanical manufacturing. She took the design and asked him for advice. Master Bruce could only express his admiration for her wonderful ideas. This mechanical arm had a lot of conflicts with his existing equipment. He would not use it, but he could still give some advice. The two worked together to improve the overall design, combining several technological achievements of the two companies. The new design made the metal arm lighter and the output power per unit of time higher. Batman had some complaints about her design of hiding claws in the equipment and secretly attacking the enemy at the critical moment. Thea could only express her concerns, such as women wearing too little clothes in public and having no place to put their weapons. Master Bruce could not comment on her mentality of touching bad guys every day, so he could only agree with this design. Chapter 122. The group rested for 7 days. Considering the secret weapon that Talia mentioned, they had long wanted to charge in. However, they were worried that Thea, who was an important combat force, would need to recuperate, so they waited for a full week. As for whether they could go without her, they felt that it would be safer to bring her along. A few days wouldn't make a difference, so it was better to wait. During the journey, Thea even dragged them to the Wayne family's private beach to take pictures. She had no choice. She told Moira that they were going to Malibu Beach, so she had to at least take a few pictures to fool her. When she put on her swimsuit, Thea realized that she had grown a little taller. Originally, she had some scars on her body from training, but after the blood baptism, the old scars and bruises were all gone. Her skin was tighter and smoother than before. Westerners, especially women, had relatively large pores. From afar, they looked fine, but up close, their skin was not as smooth as Eastern women's. Sia's skin was now very smooth, and it was very soft to the touch, which made the other women exclaim in amazement. Previously, her appearance could be rated 90 points, but now it could barely be rated 95 points. She had also vaguely talked to Batman about it. Regardless of whether this attack went smoothly or not, she should return to Star City. Whether it was acting as Moira's mascot or her own college matters, they had all been put on the agenda. Batman obviously wouldn't say anything. It was a voluntary help. He was already grateful to be able to fight in Gotham for 2 months. Moreover, Thea had helped him a lot by getting rid of Talia, who he couldn't do anything about. 7 days later, the group charged into Arkham in the evening. Thea was initially surprised when she heard that they were going to attack at night. Batman still didn't dare to appear under the sun, but she had no reason to refuse. If he liked to go at night, then so be it. Batman and Thea had similar commanding methods. It wasn't convenient for him to show his face, so both of them controlled Director Gordon, who wasn't afraid of death. Since he didn't know what the enemy's secret weapon was, Batman brought all the equipment he could find. The police officers were also elites. Felicity had previously investigated and found that the original Arkham bandits had all died in the previous massacre. Despite the court's efforts to deal with them, the major underworld families did not give them any face. Ambushes and fights occurred from time to time. Considering that there were too many combat personnel in the room, the few of them discussed and only brought 50 veterans and 200 police officers to participate in the battle. Thea resisted the urge to complain about the number of participants. After all, she wasn't the one leading them. Although Master Bruce was proficient in Chinese and Cantonese, it was obvious that his folklore knowledge had not reached such a profound level. This time, Thea didn't dare to be careless. She didn't care whether it was an indoor battle or not. She went out fully armed. The entry into Arkham was unusually smooth. The fire that Miss Firefly had set before they retreated was still there. A third of the asylum was burnt down, and with the recent gang fights, the exterior was not taken care of properly. However, no one was careless. Batman did not enter with the main group. No one knew where he was hiding, pretending to be mysterious. Thea and her old partner, Miss Firefly, acted as long-range attackers. Although the two had a cold reputation, they had worked together many times and had some chemistry. But the tacit understanding soon disappeared. Batman used some kind of device to detect Mr. Freeze's existence and commanded Firefly to fight him in his earpiece. Not long after, the two Talon members also jumped out to cause trouble. Batman then sent Barbara and Robin to deal with their old rivals. From time to time, groups of 2 or 3 gangsters would shoot at them. The whole team could only leave a few people to deal with them. As they went deeper into Arkham, the number of people by Gordon's side decreased. There were gunshots and explosions all around them. Was this a war of attrition? Thea also felt that this tactic was shameless. Even if they won, they would suffer heavy casualties. However, under such circumstances, they could only grit their teeth and fight their way in. With an angry roar, a guy with a large can on his back charged out. He aimed a punch at Gordon's head. However, he did not manage to land the punch. A bat dart pierced his arm from the side. The dart had a barbed design similar to Thea's. Once it was pierced, it would not loosen. The end of the dart was connected to a thin string. The other side of the string was tied to a pillar not far away. If he continued to charge forward, whether he could hit the old director or not, his arm would be broken. Bane! Batman stood on top. His deep voice was transmitted into their ears through a voice changer. Thea pouted when she saw this. You were at the back of the team, right? Don't think I didn't sense your presence. If you saw the enemy, you would have jumped onto the platform. Can't you guys fight properly? Isn't it tiring for you to run so high? Why did you have to act so mysterious? You must have used a Talon gun to get up there, right? Why did you jump down after receiving everyone's admiring gazes? Actually, Green Arrow also had this bad habit. Why couldn't she speak properly? Why did she have to go to the window frames, the roof, and other places that normal people would not go to? Why did she have to act like a master? As expected of the ninja master's son-in-law. Even though their appearances were different, they were still very similar when it came to acting. Leave him to me. You guys continue. There's still space under Arkham. Batman ordered through the headset and began to fight with Bane. Bane could tell that Batman did not use venom to stimulate his potential. Most likely, he was still traumatized by Thea. This time, he was purely using his martial arts skills to fight with Batman. Thea looked at him. He was indeed quite strong. If she fought him alone, she would not be able to take him down. However, if she used the magical version of left and right intercombat, he would not be able to last more than a minute if two Thea attacked him together. Seeing how serious Batman was, Thea did not plan to gang up on him. Only by defeating Bane would he be able to become the invincible Batman again. This was a knot in his heart. He and Catwoman protected Gordon as they led the